put extra burden on the household. So different countries have got different definition. In US, we say affordable housing includes housing rent, mortgage, or the utility payment, and it is measured in the percentage of income. We say 30% of your income you can put in for housing sector. You can buy a house or rent a house. You spend at least 30% of the housing. UK में affordable is 20% less than the market value or the price. And it is for the certain sector of the people we provide that affordable housing. Australia also talk about 30% income is what a person will put into the housing, and it is for the bottom 40% of the population it is applicable. So affordability more or less is all about income and expenditure, right? What is your income and what is your expenditure pattern? According to that, you may or may not be able to, you may be able to afford a house.
I think while a lot of strides are being made in many other sectors, the construction industry is lagging behind. And until and unless the construction industry doesn't come up with solutions, I'm afraid we are not going to be able to find really strong solutions for reducing carbon emissions in the world. Because 40% of the carbon emissions are attributed to the way we are building at the moment. At the moment now, worldwide, we have all the technologies that it requires to be able to bring down carbon emissions in buildings by 60 to 70%. And not only that, it's not going to be expensive. In fact, we can even bring down costs by 20%. So I think we are at that tipping point where if we bring finance, policy, construction providers together with the necessary incentives, we will be able to start creating the necessary projects that changes the mindset of people vis-a-vis their obsession with concrete and steel and glass and aluminium, which are some of the biggest carbon killers that we not being able to find an alternative for. I think we are still stuck in that mindset and the technology framework when sustainable housing was done primarily for the rich. It was a luxury that you had a mud farmhouse or something like that. And that is why the vendors that were there at that time were also providing to a clientele which could afford to pay very heavily. Artisans were very few. The management systems around delivery of this kind of buildings was niche. Whereas over the last, I'd say about 15 years or so, things have changed drastically. We have a huge number of practices that are addressing this issue. There is a lot of research that has now gone into developing this vocabulary for India. And we are in a position now to bring it all together to be able to deliver on this. I think the correct players need to come together now.
We naturally are very closely aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our internal and operational priorities are all based on that. To name a few, social, financial inclusion, in reducing gender inequalities and climate change, these are some of the top priorities today we have as a development financial institution. Any housing finance company is doing green lending. Okay, and the reason as we understood is not because they didn't want to, but it's because we didn't have enough people coming and asking for green loans, so for green construction loans. We didn't have enough people asking to buy green homes.
Building an institution. Building a book is damn easy. Constructing 5 projects and completing and delivering is damn easy. But are you building an institution in itself that yes, people will look up to? That today you are there, if there is a particular brand house on demand today, that after 30 years same demand will remain. Because you have created that value for your brand.
Nothing can be achieved at scale unless there is a financial ecosystem to support the cause. So we are sure the deliberations of today will become strategies of tomorrow, which eventually will become the norm in the future. So I'm sure we might be acting as flag bearers and the market makers, but eventually it will cater to something, a norm, maybe 5 years down the line. And when we look back, we can proudly say that this was the team which started this whole spark.
into a clash. These two must go hand in hand. Otherwise, I think we are not creating a long-term story for housing sector or housing finance in the country unless we take care of the sustainability part of it. All of us chip in, increase our pace of penetrating deep into the pockets where there is a gap, and help the nation achieve the mission of housing for all.
This is a step in the right direction. The technical assistance that we are, under which we are delivering this capacity building program for all the stakeholders in the entire value chain. From the policymakers to the people who are building, to the people who are managing, to the people who are doing post-occupancy sort of management as well. This is a step in the right direction. And the idea is to also take it to all the parts and not just keep it centric to the cities or the metropolitan cities, but to take it to also the smaller towns and get the
putting affordability and sustainability into a clash. These two must go hand in hand. Otherwise, I think we are not creating a long-term story for housing sector or housing finance in the country unless we take care of the sustainability part of it. All of us chip in, increase our pace of penetrating deep into the pockets where there is a gap, and help the nation achieve the mission of housing for all.
This is a step in the right direction. The technical assistance that we are, under which we are delivering this capacity building program for all the stakeholders in the entire value chain. From the policymakers to the people who are building, to the people who are managing, to the people who are doing post-occupancy sort of management as well. This is a step in the right direction. And the idea is to also take it to all the parts and not just keep it centric to the cities or the metropolitan cities, but to take it to also the smaller towns and get the stakeholders on board.
Temperatures change and lifestyles can be affected, economies can be affected, jobs can be affected. While looking for the solution, we found that efficiency in buildings could be one of those good solutions. Buildings are one of the biggest contributors, but they're also one of the biggest opportunities for reducing GHG emissions, which cause climate change. When we looked at India and other economies, we found that yes, a lot of work has gone in. There are a lot of green buildings being built now as compared to, let's say, 10 years ago. But still, it's only about 5% of the market that's really going for that kind of certification. We still have 95% of the market that's untapped. So our intent was to come in and try to help the market, adapt it, mainstream it, try to scale it up, and find ways to do that through policy level interventions, through financial interventions, through capacity development, through standard setting.
Green affordable housing in urbanizing states is a positive action for social and economic development, and it is now the right time to step right into it. 70 to 80% of the attributed cost of the home is actually the cost of land, not the cost of construction, not the cost of operation. It's the cost of land. In many other parts of the world where you have social housing, they have controlled the availability of or the price of land made available for social housing. We have to get there. Once you've got that under control, then the answer is 3 to 4 stories compact form of housing is the most economical in land as well as construction. After that, use materials that are locally available, and in the structural system of the building, reduce the requirement of steel and concrete. You just need intelligent design, intelligent systems of construction. That's the first area where you can be economical. The second area where you can be economical is reasonable density. Third area where you can be economical is simple shaped building, where you share a lot of walls, have small peripheral areas, small perimeter to the building compared to its floor area. 3 steps and you're there.
We've got a lot to do to give people just a reasonable standard of living as part of our development goals anyway. If we can get the energy costs down by building energy efficient homes, that means lower OPEX, For those people who then move to air conditioning, they've still got ESL's low-cost air conditioning or very efficient air conditioning, but the better the home is, the less air conditioning you need and the less power you need. So we've got to be thinking about these, particularly in a world where climate change is beginning to impact, is going to get hotter. We've already seen some extraordinary incidences the last few years. These things are going to get worse over the next 20 years. We need to be very conscious of building housing stock that will make lives good ones going forward, which means we need to be looking to the future, not just the past, to understanding what that means. The key to this is energy efficient homes. And of course, energy efficiency appliance and aspect too. So the benefit from the point of view of the climate change aspect is not only preparing for the climate change that is happening now and being to come through, but also by reducing energy usage and reducing the drain on the energy system, especially from the high carbon energy sources using coal and gas and so on, we are able to get emissions down. If we get emissions down, we manage to take out the worst of the future likely changes and inoculating against catastrophic climate change, which won't, and most tropical countries will not be able to survive very well. It is important to note that globally this is what's going on. We have a very clear message from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, of which India is a member, that on current trajectories of climate change, we face a very dire future. So from the point of view of international investors, of course, what that means, they're starting to rethink what they do with their portfolios. First, they're looking forward and they're thinking what kind of assets will be less impacted by climate change than other sorts of assets. In the housing sector, energy efficient property is seen as a positive one, but the other side of it is policy. So it's clear from the international investor community that governments are beginning to act in many places. As we re-stimulate our economy, we need to take the opportunity to build back better, in the words of the IMF Managing Director. And that means thinking green, thinking energy efficient, creating assets and buildings that are future fit, not in the old model. That's one. Two, we need to be thinking about resilience of our economies, our societies, and our ecosystems to be prepared for the next crisis. I mean, clearly, that will mean ensuring greater access to health for all, a critical issue in the system. It will mean building in social resilience. It will mean ensuring better housing for all. Because what we've learned in the slums of different parts is that these things can become disease vectors if we don't provide sensible housing, fair housing for people, and services of all kinds like water. So the housing agenda is not just a part of providing fair and equitable housing for the population of India, it's also part of making the society and the economy more resilient to future shocks. It's one of the reasons I'm here today. It is such a critical part of the recovery we need to do, and it will create jobs. As we have to soak up the unemployment we've created, one of the fastest ways we can do this is significantly boost the housing sector.
Some people also define affordable housing as providing housing with a minimum standard of housing at a price or rent which does not put extra burden on the household. So different countries have got different definition. In US, we say affordable housing includes housing rent, mortgage, or the utility payment, and it is measured in the percentage of income. We say 30% of your income you can put in for housing sector. You can buy a house or rent a house. You spend at least 30% of the housing. UK में affordable is 20% less than the market value or the price. And it is for the certain sector of the people we provide that affordable housing. Australia also talk about 30% income is what a person will put into the housing, and it is for the bottom 40% of the population it is applicable. So affordability more or less is all about income and expenditure, right? What is your income and what is your expenditure pattern? According to that, you may or may not be able to, you may be able to afford the house.
think while a lot of strides are being made in many other sectors, the construction industry is lagging behind. And until and unless the construction industry doesn't come up with solutions, I'm afraid we are not going to be able to find really strong solutions for reducing carbon emissions in the world. Because 40% of the carbon emissions are attributed to the way we are building at the moment. At the moment now, worldwide, we have all the technologies that it requires to be able to bring down carbon emissions in buildings by 60 to 70%. And not only that, it's not going to be expensive. In fact, we can even bring down costs by 20%. So I think we are at that tipping point where if we bring finance, policy, construction providers together with the necessary incentives, we will be able to start creating the necessary projects that changes the mindset of people vis-a-vis their obsession with concrete and steel and glass and aluminium, which are some of the biggest carbon killers that we not being able to find an alternative for. I think we are still stuck in that mindset and the technology framework when sustainable housing was done primarily for the rich. It was a luxury that you had a mud farmhouse or something like that. And that is why the vendors that were there at that time were also providing to a clientele which could afford to pay very heavily. Artisans were very few. The management systems around delivery of this kind of buildings was niche. Whereas over the last, I'd say about 15 years or so, things have changed drastically. We have a huge number of practices that are addressing this issue. There's a lot of research that has now gone into developing this vocabulary for India. And we are in a position now to bring it all together to be able to deliver on this. I think the correct players need to come together now.
We naturally are very closely aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our
Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. I am Nashia Chaudhry and
Mohammad Moniruzzaman, Asian Development Bank, Bangladesh Resident Mission.
we would like to welcome you all in today's seminar on developing green affordable housing in Bangladesh, sharing the regional experience. For the opening session, I would like to call upon our guest on stage, please. Mr. Ediman Ginting, Country Director, Asian Development Bank, Bangladesh Resident Mission. Chief guest, Mr. M.D. Tofajjol Hossain Mia, Principal Secretary, Prime Minister's Office. Chair of the session, Mr. M.D. Ashraful Alam, Director General, Housing and Building Research Institute. And Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO, IIFL Home India.
Now I would like to request Ms. Nahid Firdaus from Housing and Building Research Institute, Bangladesh to welcome our honorable guests with flower bouquet, and Ms. Aisha Afroz will facilitate her. Ms. Nahid Firdaus and Aisha Afroz.
Now, I will request our country director, Mr. Ediman Ginting, to come and give his welcome speech.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, let me thank our chief guest, our new principal secretary, who is a real champion in the things that we are doing today, affordable housing. Let me also welcome Director General of Housing and Building Research Institute, Mr. Alam. And I also like to welcome Mr. Monu Ratra, CEO of IIFL Home Finance, which is our implementing partner in India. And I also like to mention Mr. Sindar, Independent Director of IIFL, who is our partner in doing this workshop. And all speakers and panelists, thank you for joining us today. I also like to especially thank our donor on this housing finance that we do in IDB, which is the Urban Climate Change Resilience Trust Fund, which is funded by the government of UK, Switzerland, and also the Rockefeller Foundation. I think talking about housing, I was inspired by what was said by Principal Secretary yesterday. Housing is not only a housing, not only a shelter and roof. It is actually a key part of livelihood. After we provide people housing, and their livelihood actually begin in the neighborhood. I think that is very touching. I think we will hear a lot more from him on the story of affordable housing today. But I think just to give you some number, I think ADB is operating in Asia and Pacific region. 1 billion people still have no access to housing in the Asia and Pacific region. And the housing gap obviously is most severe in the lower and middle income segment of the society. I think in the case of Bangladesh, I think the statistic is almost the same. but although significant progress has been made on the lower income housing, significant progress still needed going forward. And our Principal Secretary is one of the champions in this context. So we're really glad to have this seminar to discuss this issue in more detail. And as you know, ADB strategy, one of its core element is actually to build an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia Pacific. And we believe housing is a key component of that. And in the past few years, we have mobilized 2.9 billion housing finance in 23 housing projects across places in the regions. About 31% of those mobilizations actually happen in South Asia. And in this context, ADB private sector operations work closely with IIFL, Home Finance Limited in India. And then I think today, I believe, one of the purpose of this sharing, I guess, is to bring some of the lessons from those projects so that in Bangladesh, although we have done a lot of projects in the range of sectors, I think we are a bit thin, if not non-existent in housing finance. So in that context, we also, as an ADB, we want to be present in this ecosystem. And I hope this discussion today and also the guidance from our Principal Secretary will give us the way forward on how ADB and on how we all can work together to bring a more vibrant housing market for the affordable housing market for the lower income and the poorer society. So with that, let me wish you all very good discussions, and I declare this workshop to open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Country Director, for your remarkable speech. Now I'd like to request our Chief Guest, Mr. Muhammad Tofazzal Hossain Mia, Principal Secretary, Prime Minister's Office, to give his speech. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good morning to you all. Country Director, Asian Development Bank. We have with us Mr. Asraful Alam, Director General, Housing and Building Research Institute. Our colleagues from both the government and the private sector and our partnering countries and agencies. You know, thank you very much for organizing such a issue-based discussion. I would rather focus on the developing green, affordable housing in Bangladesh. You know that housing has been an acute reality all over the world. It's not only an issue of the developing country or a poor country. It's also an issue for the developed nation also, as because you know, even in rich countries, they can't provide housing to all. But you know, a shelter can change the life of anybody. We have seen that many transformational changes takes place when a person is given with a house, with an apartment, with a building. So Bangladesh considers housing is one of the most important priority for every citizen. Even in the Mujibiyar, in remembrance of the 100th birth anniversary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and in 50th independence anniversary, our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina declared that in the Mujibiyar, none will be left without a house. So you know how priority government gives attachment to housing. The second issue is that, you know, not having a housing is not only that it's the fault of an individual, it's the result of time-long deprivation, is the result of time-long unjust planning. It's a result of the uncareness for all its citizens. So whenever we are talking about a shelter, we think that it should have been very strategically we should build on it. It's not only a roof, it's a matter of how sustainable it could be, how affordable it could be, how a house can transform the life of an individual. I would like to say that we have the best practices, best examples in Bangladesh in providing housing for all. So I know that today you might discuss on many modalities of affordable or sustainable housing, but we think that our Prime Minister has taken an initiative that it's called Asrayon. It means shelter for the shelterless and homeless. So our journey is like that. In last 2 years, Bangladesh government could accommodate 1 million citizens with housing facilities. In the pandemic, in the Russia-Ukraine war, we have sent money to the rural areas. The people used to live in bus stations, railways, on the embankments. People used to move away from here to other places. We have a big database of 800,000 people. Out of that, we have found that 220,000 people, 220,000 people, they don't have any land, they don't have any house. The rest, 500,000 or more people, they have land, but they have very shabby house, very poorly conditioned house. So our Prime Minister declared that in the first phase, we will give houses to these 200,000 people. In last 2 years, what we have done, we have built these houses to have more than 16,000 people, 16,000 houses built in all over Bangladesh, accommodating 1 million people. But yes, there could be many, as we are talking about affordable housing, there could be many models, many modalities. Even our Bangladesh Bank has its own modality. Our Ministry of Disaster Management, they have their own modalities of building houses. Our Freedom Affairs Ministry, Freedom Fighters Affairs Ministry, they have their own project name called Bir Nibash, shelter for the freedom fighters. So there are many interventions taking place in Bangladesh, implemented by different agencies. But what we have done is an unique way of dealing with the issue of housing. That's the Prime Minister told that every citizen who don't have lands, we have land banks. We have the caste land. We have the land that was grabbed by the rich people. We have dislodged them. We have taken it back. We have the stubble charge areas. What we have done, we have given 2 decimals of land to every city, every family. We have built a house of 2 rooms, 1 veranda, 1 kitchen, 1 toilet. And this has changed their lives. We have given free electricity and water connection. What we have found, that those did not have their houses in generations, they could send their children now to nearby cluster-based primary schools. We have linked these people with the nearby community clinics. We have build houses close to the growth centers so they can go to the market, they can have their skills, they can have their training, their livelihood programs. And one thing we have done that we have formed different communities, different cooperatives, so that all the government agencies can go there and make their life easy. In last 13 years, Bangladesh could give, could accommodate 3.5 million people in government houses. It means 700,000 houses are built. And these are given, it's not a rent-based housing. It's not a subsidized living. It's a free of cost housing to the marginalized, the very unstable people. And we have found that if you can give the housing, it's not only their mental or emotional well-being also takes place. So this is the way Bangladesh is doing. In addition, we have many projects where we are giving subsidized loans, we are giving from our banks and our organizations some benefits. Even we give money through some NGOs to the rural folks. So these are the way we are addressing the issue. But you cannot give houses, but there are many people who are low-earned, low-income group people, or even mid-income group people. They also think that they should have a house, but it's so costly, the land, the other issues. So now we should go for the concept of affordable housing. But it's not, don't make it's like a basti or a hut. We should have the living space. We should have the community space. We should have the water facilities, all these things. So I hope that, this Bangladesh, in the last UN General Assembly, Bangladesh placed its case to the UN, and many development partners, many head of the states and governments took part in our ASEAN deliberations, and they have found that this is one of the most sustainable program in the world. But the government is committed to continue it, and we are hopeful that certainly there would be one day that we won't have any human being who are left without a roof. But I tell that it's not an easy job. And the number of homeless people is constantly changing all over the world. You have a database, but day after you will find that it's the Bangladesh, there is cyclone, tidal bores, the natural calamities, at times the economic conditions, that may changes the numbers. So we should have constantly, or we should be very persuasive about the issue. So I hope the model sort of a limited, at least minimum facilities to be included in the housing, and if we can provide it, and the example I have shown that how the lives of the women are changed. Even I have visited many housing areas in Bangladesh, all over Bangladesh I have visited. Whenever I have talked with women, whenever I have talked with children, they are much more confident. Women say that we will never be a poor person in our life. We had been poor, but after we have got the houses, we could make our plan for the future. We could make a plan for our children. We could make a plan for our livelihood. So these are the changes that takes place. It's not only a house, and I tell that when in the case of government, we are not giving a house, we are transforming a house to a home where peace exists, where the issues of children, issues of adolescent girls, issues of water, issues of sanitation, issues of healthcare, all are being addressed. So I don't know what would be exact outcome of today's program. But I hope that you will have extensive deliberations on housing. It should be, or certainly it should be low cost, it should be affordable, but it should be inclusive, it should be sustainable. That is very important. We have in Bangladesh, I used to work in the primary education earlier, in 10 or 15 years back. Some international consultants did come, they came up with a plan of low cost primary schools concept. We accepted it, the LGD implemented it, but with utmost despair, with utmost frustration, we could say that the very low-cost houses, it only sustained for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. So we should think of it. You cannot build a house in every year or after 2 or 3 years. So these are very issues. So the technical issues, the issues of sustainability should be put forefront. With this, I would like to thank ADB, House Building Research Institute, dear visiting colleagues, and all the participants. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu, may Bangladesh live long.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your speech. Now I would like to call the chair of this session, Mr. MD Ashraful Alam, Director General, Housing and Building Research Institute, for his remarks, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest of today's seminar, Mr. MD Tofazul Hossain Mia, Principal Secretary, Prime Minister's Office, Honorable Country Director, Mr. Edmond Ginting, Bangladesh Resident Mission, Asian Development Bank, and Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO, IIFL, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, very good morning. Welcome to today's seminar, Developing Green Affordable Housing in Bangladesh. Regional experiences, sustainable and affordable buildings or housings are an unprecedented challenge for our times. I am very much delighted and honored to be chair for today's seminar organized by ADB in collaboration with Housing and Building Research Institute, that is HBRI, under the Ministry of Housing and Public Works. Dear participants, on January 13, 1975, the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, established the Housing and Building Research Center, which later became an autonomous institute, that is Housing and Building Research Institute, HBRI. This institute aims to build environment-friendly, sustainable, and cost-effective infrastructures for the large population by utilizing local construction materials and the limited resource of our country. On December 28, 2014, our Honorable Prime Minister, our visionary leader, Sheikh Hasina MP, during her visit, the Ministry of Housing and Public Works, she gave some instructions or directives for developing various environment-friendly cement, sand block, alternative burnt clay bricks. She instruct us to build eco-friendly, environment-friendly building materials like sand, cement, solid block, hollow block, thermal block, AAC block, etc. In this time, under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Ministers and our Ministry, my institute, HBRI, already built 44 items of alternative building materials, which is totally eco-friendly, environment-friendly, cost-effective, and sustainable. And this type of building materials has so many benefits, like we can save easily the topsoil of our agricultural lands, we can protect the carbon emission to the environment, and side by side, when we get so many dressed sands, we cannot use in earlier, but nowadays we can use those type of sands can be used in our sand cement blocks, AAC blocks, and other products like ferrocement technology. As a result, we can easily save the environment, we can save the agricultural lands, and it's also a sustainable housing and building creations. Apart from this organization also plays a leading role in various eco-friendly construction activities also, at dealing with natural disasters in our remote areas, as well as in the coastal belt of Bangladesh. With the HBRI authorities, researchers, employees personally visit at the field level and provide all types of technical and logistic supports in setting up environment-friendly various construction materials, machineries, and plants also. Dear participants, I would like to thank ADB for arranging this excellent seminar and hope that ADB's plans to share best practices from its regional experiences on sustainable and affordable housing. And we can learn from Bangladeshi professionals, academicians about domestic opportunities and challenges through today's fruitful seminars also. Housing is a fundamental human need, and our present government, that is our Honorable Prime Ministers, aspires to ensure housing for all. As our Honorable Chief Guest already declared, our government wants to give all the landless, homeless to a affordable housing for them. Therefore, in future, HBRI will be more open to collaborating with our other venture from development partners as well as ADB. HBRI has been working in housing sector since 1975, and especially we are working for middle income group housing. So we believe there should be some financing programs for this sort of housing in Bangladesh, and in the future we need to take care of these issues as well. Finally, I also hope that HBRI and ADB will work together in different housing sectors for financing programs to address urban and peri-urban sustainable housing issues in our country in the line of mission of our government. With this, I again thanks to all and thanks our honorable chief guest and other special guests and their participants. With this, I conclude. Allah Hafiz, Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu, long live Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashraful Alam, for your valuable speech. Now I would like to request Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, IIFL Home Finance Limited, India, to walk through affordable and green housing in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And firstly, thank you so much, sir, for accepting the invitation, for being the chief guest. Honorable Mohammad Tafazil Hussain Mia, thank you so much for coming. And I would also like to thank Mr. Edmund Ginting for being here and ensuring that ADB led this event, and also Mohammad Ashraful Alam, sir, for co-hosting this event as well. So I represent a housing finance company in India, and it's a great honor to be here. Although I believe that every country has its own set of challenges and nuances basis which how the strategies have to be evolved. But here, very modestly, we'd just like to share a few things. And while I was listening, sir, to you, while you were addressing, I saw a lot of similarities in terms of the challenges which Bangladesh is facing in housing and the way we face in India as well. So the landscape is very similar. Even I'm sure the social sensibilities also align a lot on that side. Majorly, I would be talking briefly about the housing scenario in India and how the housing finance sector has been playing a pivotal role here. Because we believe that if we are eventually supposed to give housing to all, the finance sector will play a very pivotal role in terms of providing the housing to the ever-growing, as you said, it's a dynamic situation. You address the shortfall of yesteryears and you create a new shortfall in the coming years. And with the massive urbanization which is taking place, and first time for me in Dhaka, sir, it's a fabulous city, and you can see it's buzzing with action. And I'm sure urbanization is something which nobody will be able to control otherwise, because the economic activity will pull people to the places where they have to find their livelihood. So if you look at India, it's again the EWS and LIG, which in India is classified as economically weaker section and lower income group. This is classified based on the income levels of the individual which we have. So which is a very a segment, almost 95% of housing deficit is for the EWS and LIG in India. I'm sure it could be very similar for Bangladesh as well, which actually translates to about nearly 90 million homes eventually to be there if we have to give it to everybody. And the total demand for this, to satisfy this, I'll be talking in the Indian rupees, so pardon me for that. So it's a housing demand for the financing requirement is about 35 lakh crore. that's the kind of the magnitude of the challenge which we have in India to do that. And we feel that currently we have a housing book of about EWS LIG of about 9 lakh crore. So that means we need to provide financing 4 times more, and this is as of today, and it could even magnify much further ahead. So if I see the challenges, I was also speaking yesterday to some of the panelists whom I'll be also moderating a session, looked very similar in India and Bangladesh. So the supply challenges are high land cost, which is there. The price of land is very high, and this is also could be linked to the accessibility and the accessibility to the unlocking the land which is further away from the cities. I think India has made some decent progress in terms of providing the transport systems, because if you see in India of late, you have seen a lot of metro network which has been created across all the major cities. I think at the moment it's about more than 40 cities we have the metro connections, which has unlocked the land. That's how we have tried to address this issue. Other than that is we see is the housing demand which we saw was the affordability, that can people afford the house they're aspiring for. Also in India we have had a challenge of about 75 to 80% of our people working in the informal income segment. I'm sure there are a lot of bankers here. So very difficult to provide credit to them, which is because they belong to the informal segment. How do you underwrite those customers so that banks can feel confident that tomorrow the money is going to come back or not? And what are the kind of laws which need to be put across? So as you would be knowing, sir, so in India, there was a law which was Securities and Asset Reconstruction Law was created, which is called SARFAESI, which means any housing finance company can have a much faster way of repossessing the house in case of default, because the legal system otherwise chokes the progress of recovery of loans. So these are a few steps which India had taken to make it up. The other thing which we saw was how do the housing, I was speaking to some of the housing finance companies here and trying to understand this. So there are certain challenges there in terms of access of funding, which is, we also have the similar challenges there because it's a long-term loan of 10, 15, 20 years. So how does the asset liability mismatch comes in place, which is a big challenge there as well. So we've seen that the mortgage penetration in India is about 10% of the GDP. I believe, as per my last reading for Bangladesh, it's about 6 to 7%, if I'm not wrong, sir, the mortgage penetration. So the Western countries are about 50 to 60%. So both India and Bangladesh have a long road to travel in terms of mortgage penetration in the country, which is a straightaway signal related to housing challenges which we have in the country. Urbanization is another challenge. In India, currently almost more than 42 crore people stay in the urban areas, and they're expected to reach 60 crore people by 2050. So that means more than half the people will be staying in the urban areas. So it's an amazing magnitude of challenge which is there. But a couple of months back, I had been to Kuala Lumpur, and there I was told that in their country, in Malaysia, almost 90% people stay in the urban areas, and they've been able to address that. So Malaysia is a classic model to do that. And obviously the nuclear households, how the social infrastructure is changing, where there were people staying in the same house, now nuclear households are coming, so more houses are required. Same situation in India as well. So what we have really seen is that we have a very senior representative from National Housing Bank. He will have some things to share. But I think having a dedicated housing finance company set up has been quite a transformational thing for us over the years. And today, the housing finance companies dominate the overall sector, especially in the affordable housing. So having a very focused HFC nodal entity has really transformed the way housing sector has transformed with it as well, and providing refinance as well. So again, the challenge which we have is the landscape and the demand is amazing, but we see that the presence of housing finance companies in the affordable sector are much smaller than the ones who are trying to address to the higher income or the middle income group. So there's a lot of void there. And we are also grappling with the challenge that how more and more companies can come to finance the affordable housing, because it's a slightly more difficult and more operationally challenged thing. Because sir, I believe anything good we need to do, if it is economically and financially sustainable, only then it is scalable. Otherwise, it will not be there. Government will run out of the money in the coffers to keep on providing. The private sector has to be feeling that it's a profitable venture. This once a very brief about us as a housing finance company. We've been there in existence for 13 years. So we just was told to give a small case study. We are a focused housing finance company with over $3 billion in assets under management for us, with more than 2 lakh customers, active customer base, which we've been able to do. And we have seen that we have been able to establish a housing finance company in a span of last 8 years to 9 years, from under 1,000 crores AUM to about 27,000 crores AUM. And we've seen that the same opportunity would lie for a lot of, I'm sure, banks and the NBFIs here to do the similar thing and then fulfill the housing shortage gap. Basically, what we have realized, what we have got the basic 4 pillars for us to establish a effective housing finance company is that we focused only on affordable housing, and we try to address how do we underwrite the informal segment. That is a very important thing to do so that they can get houses. Today in India, sir, we are also grappling with an issue that government has allotted land to the customers, but the customers are not getting credit to build it on them. So ultimately, government cannot take care of the land and the construction. How much can they spend? So as I'm saying, the financial ecosystem is as relevant, or maybe sometimes more important, to ensure that the wheel is moving. Otherwise, the wheel is not going to move. So we have tried to understand that how you can underwrite the informal segment. Secondly, the operating cost, we have very highly technology-focused entity, so that the operating costs are lower, so we can churn it much more. And also the fact that the government has taken measures to classify housing below a certain ticket size as priority sector loans for the banks. So the banks are very interested in any portfolio of housing finance companies to buy the portfolio which is satisfying their priority sector needs. Hence, it provides liquidity in the hands of the housing finance companies more. So, and the long-term money, which I also heard yesterday was one of the challenges currently in Bangladesh. To have long-term money for housing finance companies is a bit of a challenge here. So this can be addressed through that as well. And very recently, government also took a very interesting initiative of a co-lending partnership with the banks and the housing finance companies, where they can partner themselves, share the risk, and because the banks have a limitation to being not singular product focused, whereas they can reach out to the masses. So this could be another way to take this forward, sir. So we are a company which is present in over 300 branches across the country, and focused only on housing finance. And technology is captive and homegrown, so which ensures that we have a faster turnaround, more customer satisfaction, and lesser default, so that we can transform these operations much more effectively. So this was a perspective just as a case study from our side, sir, from partially to just maybe if there are some cues to be taken from here, we'll be happy to share our whatever little bit knowledge we have, so that we can give the rub off to the Bangladesh entities as well to take it forward. And we hope to have at the end of the session, sir, we will hope to put together a white paper, sir. Whatever panel discussions will happen, we will share with you to your good offices, sir. So in collaboration with HBR and ADB. And if there is anything valuable, sir, hopefully it will give you some cues which would take things to the next level. So thank you so much for this, sir, and thank you for giving the opportunity. And can I now request for the AV, please, to be played, please? Yep.
Affordable and green housing mechanism in India. And first of all, we thank all Thank you. Now I would like to request Ms. Nahid Firdaus from Housing and Building Research Institute to once again come on stage and welcome our honorable guests with shawls. সামনে চলে যান। Thank you, Ms. Nahid. Now I would like to request again Mr. Ashraful Alam to hand over the crest to our guests. Thank you, Aisha Afroz. And again, thanks to our guests for their time and valuable speech on this occasion. Now is the time to have a break, tea and snacks. We'll come back sharp by 12 here. Thank you.
হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক চেক ওয়ান হ্যালো 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 চেক চেক হ্যালো 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 চেক চেক ওয়ান ঠিক আছে আচ্ছা এখন
একটা কোয়ার্টারসে বলো তো একটা কোয়ার্টারসে কথা বলো নাম্বার
হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক চেক
বাকিগুলো একটা একটা করো
হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক চেক ওয়ান হ্যালো
পরেরটা
চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক
তারপরটা
চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক চেক
আরেকটা মাইক্রোফোন এখানে যাবে
সাত বলো সাত
হ্যাঁ
হ্যালো বলো
হ্যালো চেক চেক হ্যালো এটা এই যে এখানে চেয়ারে সুপার রেখে দিলাম ঠিক আছে টি টেবিলে দুইটা চারটা এখানে
টেবিল আর রোল
না ব্যাংক বললে আচ্ছা বলুন তার জন্য বলতে বলুন যে কি বলে
আরেকটা টেবিল ওকে
টি টেবিল
হ্যাঁ
Hello, 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 check, hello.
Hello, excuse me. May I request your attention, please? Those who haven't taken your ID card yet, kindly collect it from the booth. Especially the panelists, I would request to collect their ID cards.
Attention everyone, those who are still outside would request to come inside. You can bring your tea and coffee, no problem. We are going to start shortly. Thank you. Welcome back everyone. So we are going to start the next segment. For first panel discussion, I would like to call our panelists on stage first. The first panel discussion is Understanding Green Affordable Housing Ecosystem in Bangladesh, moderated by Mr. Bidut Kumar Saha. But first, I would like to call upon stage our panelist, Mr. MD Ashraful Islam, Chief Town Planner, Rajdhani Unnayan Kortipokho. Mr. S. Sridhar, Chairman and Independent Director, IIFL Home Finance Limited, India. Mr. M.D. Shaheen Iqbal, Deputy Managing Director, BRAC Bank Limited. Mr. F.R. Khan, Managing Director, Building Technology and Ideas Limited. Mr. Arun Kumar Choudhury, Deputy Managing Director, House Building Finance Corporation. And Mr. Morshed Millat, Chief Advisor, Sustainable Finance, Green Tech Foundation, Bangladesh, former Director, Sustainable Finance Department, Bangladesh Bank. Please.
And this session will be moderated by Mr. Bidyut Kumar Saha, Senior Investment Officer, Private Sector Operations Department, Asian Development Bank, Bangladesh Resident Mission. Mr. Bidyut Kumar Saha, please call up. Mr. Bidyut has over 25 years of work experience in origination of investment deals, investment risk analysis, corporate and structured finance. He has been involved in various projects towards financial sector development. Prior joining to ADB, he worked with HSBC as Head of Risk Analysis Unit and Cash Management. So give a big applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Hello. I will be giving a bit of a context through a short presentation, and we'll also be introducing the panelist members. Let me say a bit of a background about the panelists. Mr. Shaheen Iqbal is the Deputy Managing Director. He has extensive experience in diversified areas of banking and capital markets. He has an MBA from University of Dhaka and a CFA charter holder, and probably the President of the CFA Society, Bangladesh. Thank you, Mr. Shaheen Iqbal. Mr. Faizur R. Khan is the Managing Director of Building Technologies and Ideas Limited. He was the Managing Director of Asset Developments as well as ABC Real Estate. He is in the current advisory committee of the Real Estate and Housing Association of Bangladesh, REHAB. Mr. Sridhar has extensive experience, in fact, in regulatory and supervisory organization in India. He was the Chairman and Managing Director of National Housing Bank India, which is the supervisory authority of housing finance companies in India. He has been instrumental for very important initiatives that we will be hearing, such as National Housing Bank Residential Index, Rural Housing Fund, and reverse mortgage for the senior citizens. Mr. Ashraful Islam, in fact, I think he requires little introduction. He is a graduate from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology and an expert in urban planning and urban solutions. Is the Chief Town Planner of the City Development Authority of Dhaka City, Rajuk, Rajdhani Unnayan Kortripokho. And Mr. Arun Kumar Choudhury is the Deputy Managing Director. He is a master's in statistics. He joined House Building Finance Corporation in 1996 and now is the Deputy Managing Director. He was awarded the Integrity Award for his exceptional honesty dealing with all types of customers as well as efficiency. Mr. Morshed Millat is a veteran central banker. He has worked close to 30 years at the central bank and is an expert in sustainable finance, corporate social responsibility, and financial inclusion. He was awarded the gold medal from Bangladesh Bank for his contribution in policy in green banking. So let us give a big hand, in fact, to this distinguished panel. I'll be very brief, in fact, I can assure you. I'll be giving you a bit of a context, economic context of the housing sector in Bangladesh. Is this the remote? Okay. With a GDP of 416 billion in 2021, Bangladesh is the 32nd largest economy in the world. And the housing sector contributes to roughly 3.2% of the GDP compared to 5% in India, 4% in Philippines, 2.8% in Indonesia, and a bit over 18% in Thailand. The next slide shows that the housing loan to total credit ratio in Bangladesh is a bit over 9%, which is 12.4% in India, 7% in Philippines, 29.1% in Indonesia, and close to 20% in Thailand. These two slides shows that there is a scope in the economy to work on the housing sector in general and housing sector in green affordable housing in particular in Bangladesh. This slide shows the income profile of the households in the urban areas in Bangladesh, which was conducted by the International Finance Corporation in its report. It shows that the top 10% of the households in Bangladesh have an average income more than $2,500, which is more than 2.5 lakhs taka a month. Presently, primarily the commercial segment in housing as well as housing finance provides solution for them. But the next 40 or 50% of the households who have an income of 38,000 taka to 87,000 taka, they do not have much of a solution. But they are very much potentially bankable. So the commercial sector, the developers, the financiers, in fact, can target this sector provided the challenges are met and the opportunities are properly tapped. That this could be a huge market, which we'll be discussing a bit greater details, that why this segment has not been developed to the extent as it is expected to be. But the bottom 40% population who might not be bankable and might not be suitable, but nobody should be left behind. That is the motto of all the stakeholders as well as the government. So there is a requirement for having a different type of solution for this lower 40% or 50% of the people. In fact, ADB has two wings. ADB's private sector wing can work closely with the private sector enterprises and other stakeholders to provide suitable, commercially feasible solution for the 40 to 50% of the middle income group or lower middle income group people, which is not available in plenty at the moment. And ADB sovereign side can work closely with the government of Bangladesh for providing appropriate solution for the bottom 40 to 50% people. And this gap in housing requirement, particularly for the lower income group people and the middle income group households, are also reflected in government studies as well. According to the government of Bangladesh, there is a housing deficit in urban areas to the tune of 8.5 million units. The public sector and the private sector can supply to the tune of 31,500 units. And this indicates a supply gap of 93%. This is an irony that the poor people pay more for the housing solutions than the rich people in urban areas. According to a study of Dhaka University Urban Lab, the slum residents pay taka 36 to 42 per square feet for renting a house, whereas the posh residents in Dhanmondi and Bonani, they pay 28 to 30 taka for per square feet basis. So on a per square feet basis, the poor population at present are paying more, which shows the market anomaly and which also shows the opportunity that there are potentially scope for working out and coming up with solution for the lower and middle income group people. Anything we do in Bangladesh or elsewhere in the world need to be climate sensitive, need to be complied from environmental perspective. According to US government study, high climate exposure population in Bangladesh is 90 million, which is more than 50% of the population. And being housing and building sector contributes to close to 40% of the carbon emissions. In fact, it is needed that all housing sectors or housing solutions or initiatives need to be fully complied from environmental perspective. And more so in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. So from this, in fact, by giving this a bit of a context, now I will be going to panel discussions. Thank you. my first question is that, because when we talk about green housing or affordable housing, that what is the definition of green housing? So I'll be requesting Mr. Morshed Millat that to know that whether there is any unified standardized quantitative definition of green affordable housing in Bangladesh.
In fact, there is no unique definition with respect to Bangladesh perspectives. But yes, the Bangladesh Bank, the Central Bank of Bangladesh, has issued a circular on 24th July 2022, very recently, that there is a affordable green housing definition is there, that for the lower income and for the lower middle income earners, that they can go for a up to 750 square feet area with a limit of say 30 lakh, it is there. And that certainly should have all sorts of sustainability measures that is required for a sustainable building, sustainable unit within a sustainable building. So it is for energy efficient, and also it should be healthy environment, and also it is for the all sorts of facilities with respect to cost of pricing. That is also there. But in fact, existing phenomena is that up to 750 square limit for the lower and lower middle income earners with say 5-year tenure and also for a 5% rate of interest, 5.5 and above up to 8 years, it is 5.5%, and beyond 8 years up to 10, it is 6%, but not, it will go beyond 6%. So that is the arrangement in that circular so far.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that there is some works that has been done. In fact, there is a quantitative definition of affordable housing. Is there anything on the green side that how a building, a residential building, which is also affordable, will be termed as green?
Yes, because all the appliances should be green. Say like green glass fibers, they should be green, so that the sun ray, it will be reflected and it will not hit the inside. The very logistics, the AC can play full swing. All the logistics should be green. The most utilization of the natural resources or logistics, that has to be retained, that has to be ensured. And also the living standard, the healthy atmosphere, those will be perceived in that green building. And so with respect to consumption of electricity and all utilities, you see that over the 5 years, in compared to a traditional buildings, if a traditional building costs 10,000 for a month for electricity bill, it will be just 1/4 for the green building, 2,500. So you see, it is costly at the beginning, but over the years, it will be least costly within the 5 years. So this is how, and also rainwater harvesting and other facilities are there for that green banking, green building includes.
I'll be coming back to you later, in fact, to know that whether there is any institution, in fact, which are responsible for certifying green buildings. But prior to that, let me go to Mr. Ashraful Islam. I think a lot of people, I think everybody knows him, that to know from the Apex City Development Authority for Dhaka City, Rajuk, who is the chief town planner, Mr. Ashraful, that we would like to know that what are the initiatives or provisions in urban planning that Rajuk has taken for green affordable building.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity here, and thank you for the organizers for organizing such kind of event. And first of all, regarding the affordable housing, last few years, maybe we are talking about the affordable housing on the table talk only. But for the first time in Bangladesh, the affordable housing, this issue has addressed in the paperwork, like as the government document in BNBC, Bangladesh National Building Code, gazetted in 2021, and lastly, the latest, the revised detailed area plan for the Dhaka metropolitan region. The affordable housing means the Shashtroyi Abashan. We have just given the some of the policy guidelines how we can promote the affordable housing in Dhaka metropolitan region and throughout the country. BNBC is the applicable for the whole country, and DEP is applicable for the Dhaka metropolitan region. And there is a separate occupancy, like as a S6 is identified as a affordable housing. Previously, it was not mentioned in the building construction rules. What we are thinking about the affordable housing in the revised DEP, or how we promoting this? Like as the housing sector, the affordable, like as our Honorable Principal Secretary has mentioned that our Honorable Prime Minister has targeted the goal to housing for all. That's why government has taken initiative for the giving the shelter for the homeless people. And government has already given the 2 lakh housing unit to the affordable people throughout the country. But the private sector is not come forward on these issues. The private definitely, they are not come forward because this is the business issue is there. So that's why in the revised DEP, we had given some of the incentive, like what kind of incentive we have given like as the FAR incentive, what is the FAR incentive, floor area ratio incentive is for the affordable housing. Like as if any entrepreneur or any individual is come forward to build affordable housing in Dhaka metropolitan region, he may be built 5 units. Like as what is the minimum size, as according to the Bangladesh Bank circular, they are giving the 700 square feet, but our revised DEP is given the guidelines at the maximum 600 square feet, 2-bedroom unit, and maybe the kitchen and living room is there to 600 square feet. If anyone is built the 600 square feet or less, maybe they will get the 0.75 incentive, straightforward 0.75 FAR incentive, floor area ratio incentive. And on the other hand, we are giving the suggestion that government can give the 4 to 5% interest long-term in maybe the interest rate money loan for the private entrepreneurs or the individuals. And for if anyone can come forward, like as for the first time in Dhaka, we have imposed the like as the 2 kind of FAR, like as a base FAR and road-based FAR. Basically, the road-based FAR is the higher, base FAR is the lower. In some cases, except some of the posh areas like the Gulshan, Bonani, other planned area. Other areas, maybe the base FAR is lower. But for the affordable housing unit, if you come for the affordable housing, you will get the road-based FAR. But a maximum FAR will be allowed. This is our initiative. On the other hand, what the government will do for the supply of the affordable housing. Rajuk has identified 50 site for the in Dhaka metropolitan region, and it's around near about the 1,200 acres of land. We are planning to acquire this land, and we wanted to supply the affordable unit by 2035. We have targeted the fixed 1 lakh apartment unit will be the supply by the government side, like the Rajuk will supply the affordable unit by 2035 through the acquisition process. And by this time, Rajuk has taken initiative to implement the 4 affordable housing units. Like as already in Purvachal and Uttara third phase area, there is some land is allocated for the affordable housing, low income people. Rajuk is wanted to implement the affordable unit to construct this area. On the other hand, the Shempur Kodamtoli industrial site is there. We wanted to develop some of the unit size in the Shempur Kodamtoli area, and other site is selected in Mohammadpur region. The 4 site is we have identified. We are now in the feasibility stage. Already we have drafted a terms of reference on these issues, and maybe we can send it to our engineering university BUET for the feasibility study, conduct the feasibility study, and after that Raju can implement. And on the other hand, how we can promote like as the other side is already I have discussed with Mr. F.R. Hand, Managing Director of the BTI, how we can involve the private sector, like as the other 1,200 acres is identified in the revised DEP. Government can go for the acquisition. We can give the land supply to the private industry through the PPP model or many partnership basis, how we can promote the private sector on this issue. On the other hand, if any government agencies like that to implement a site and services scheme, what we are thinking, the minimum 15% of the land should be allocated for the affordable people, affordable. At present, like in Purvachal area, I can say that Purvachal size of the land is the 6,100 acres. But for the affordable unit, only the 90 acres is allocated for the affordable unit. It is less than maybe the 1% of this area. So what are thinking about? We are not giving at the policy level, we are not giving the focus on the affordable unit side. That's where we have to, at the government side, has to be focused on the affordable unit size. Otherwise, why the private sector should come forward for this issue is government is not giving any incentive or giving in the land supply. That's why we are targeted the fix that in future, once we did any project for the site and services scheme, minimum 15% land should be allocated for the affordable unit. And this is the initiative of the affordable unit. And by this time, we can discuss with the private entrepreneurs or financial institution how we can promote the affordable unit to the Dhaka metropolitan region. Maybe this discussion may be continued, and further we can promote on this issue. Rajuk is giving from the bottom line is like that. Rajuk wanted to focus on the affordable housing unit, and we wanted to give the more incentive on the far incentive on the affordable housing. This is our primary goal is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will be requesting Mr. F.R. Khan to elaborate that why this supply side has not picked up in affordable housing. Because most of the time we find that the developers which are constructing, say, 1,400 square feet, many of them are opting for now 2,800 square feet or 2,000 square feet, at least as far as the localities of Uttara, Bonani, and other parts of Dhaka city is concerned, or elsewhere in other urban areas. That what are the reasons and challenges that the developer community, builder community are facing in making available the affordable housing?
Thank you very much. This is my 40th year running in the real estate sector. So maybe in the private sector, I'm one of the most senior-most person. And my younger brother, Mr. Ashraf, is not only a friend, but he has discussed things much before the detailed area plan has come into effect. And throughout this process, we have given our feedback, and he has adapted, or his committee has adapted most of them, and I thank him for that. Many of the people in the real estate sector actually criticizes the detailed area plan, but it is time we must decentralize, and if it's not the government, the private sector has to go out and build houses for people there. Now, if we go out, the first question I will make to Mr. Ashraf, I told him that I will be making some challenging questions to you, so please don't take me otherwise. It's not challenging, actually. As far as the FAR is concerned in the detailed area plan, the 4-area ratio, even in the outskirts, the FAR is only 2. 2 means if the area of the land is whatever area, if you multiply it by 2, that will be your total square feet of construction area. Now, the incentive starts from 15% add to 25% maximum, actually. That is also for 2-acre land. That doesn't make, as a business person, that doesn't make it feasible for us to build an apartment complex or an individual house for affordability. And we were expecting a very higher FAR where we can go vertically upward, at least on the outskirt. And, the 40% of the total price or the construction cost of the apartment goes in the land. So if we get land in a lower price, we can give affordable housing, obviously. But however, BTI has so far built 720 square feet apartment buildings in Dokhin Khan and in Kaula, which was very unexplored areas, and that went excellent, absolutely excellent. As Mr. Billa was telling, the 5 to 6%, 5%, okay. that loan is still, I don't know whether any of our client has availed it or it has come into effect or not. If it comes into effect, of course, the EMI will be much lesser because the price of the, I'm calling it affordable because the price of the apartment is only 28 lakh taka. 28 lakh taka payment in 10 years' time, the EMI is, I don't know, in maybe something like 15,000 taka per month, which is very much affordable to one segment of the 1 year's grace period, yeah. So again, I don't know whether Mr. Birla is aware of this. The other speakers before was telling there are unannounced or what is called informal income in this segment, which is very difficult for the banks or for the financial institute to determine. In Bangladesh, actually, Delta House BRAC is one of the housing financial institute whose MD is here, I think. CEO is here. Hello. So, and we were working very closely together. So they found many of the ways. And this has to be formalized, not that they have to find their own way. This has to be formalized, that how this informal income can be determined so that the EMI is paid in time. As far as I heard from the bankers and from the financial institutes that the default in payment in the affordable sector or even in the mid sector is only 1%, which is very, very low, almost no default. So just like the SME banking, the loan giving for housing in the affordable sector, which is 600 square feet as per the Raju detailed area plan, I'm sure that the bank is at no risk at all in that way. Now, what we can do, as Mr. Ashraf told a little bit before, that if we are given the chunk of land, big size, and the block-based development is done there, so we can provide all the civic facilities. And at the same time, if the banks from the central bank instructions and their rule gives us the loan in 5%, at least the affordable portion of the three aspects, affordable, green, and sustainable, the affordable portion is a challenge, but that is very much doable, very much doable. And we are working on that. So the facilitators here, I would request them to facilitate us to give apartments for the bigger segment of the country. As for the green building is concerned, we have a very challenging situation as well. We built a number of green buildings with LEED certification and other things. Well, certification was not that of a problem, but there are costs involved. As you have said that air condition should be such that it is minimum. The ventilation, as an architect, the ventilation should be such that it's natural ventilation. Oxygen level. We used to live in independent houses. We never had air conditioning in our childhood. Life was fine. But to do that, we have to spend extra cost. But there is no incentive for that extra cost. Now, I asked this question many a times, and the answer from the policymakers was that that's why people go to BTI, that you have a sustainable and green housing. Well, that's the incentive, of course, but that incentive is not enough. Now, I will request Mr. Ashraf that if we make a green building or a eco-friendly building or a LEED certified building, we should get an extra incentive in the FAR. Please consider it, and you can discuss among your team members. That's one thing missing in your detailed area plan. With that, I think I have said enough, so I will come back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, BRAC Bank has recently issued
affordable housing bond, which was subscribed by International Finance Corporation. So let us hear the financial sector's perspective on the demand-supply situation of green affordable building. And also, if Shaheen Bhai, you can elaborate a bit that whether the financial sector is ready with its present level of asset liability mismatch to be a key stakeholder by supplying the required amount of loan to the expected borrowers in green affordable housing.
Thank you, Vidudha. Good afternoon. I think on the mismatch side, like banks in general financing with a heavy mismatch in its balance sheet. So that's why we tried to issue an affordable bond to finance this affordable segment. We have taken that initiative before pandemic, and because of pandemic it was delayed. And when we approached like BSEC, I think BSEC has a good initiative. Like they really encourage to issue green bond so that you can benefit out of that. So they are ahead of us. So when we were exploring like whether we can issue a green bond and utilize that proceed for green affordable housing, we saw that there are a lot of challenges. Like we do not have a ecosystem who can measure whether this facility is affordable and also green, whether anyone can supply green materials. And that's how we skip away from the segment, like not to think about initially on the green, rather go for affordable bond. So we started with affordable bond. And our target is to really finance the very affordable segment. Like with IFC, thanks to IFC that they came up with a subscription of the bond. Even though in this market, like bond market is premature, this is one of the reasons why we went for issuing bond. Like our idea is to gradually tap into the market and go for longer issuance so that we can reduce this mismatch. So we aim to cater the affordable segment. Like our target is 20,000 to 60,000 income per month. At least 50% of that financing that are going to do is to this segment, and the rest is like 60 to 130,000. And we have catered through various product metrics. Like we are financing through semi-paka, then paka, then extension and the flat ownership as well. So our experience shows that like we say, I was amazed to see like one initiative from BTI, like supplying this kind of flats. So I think these are encouraging for us because we are ready with financing. So we can really extend financing to the flat owners. And we are also extending our arm because we are across the country through our SME. So we aim to finance them. In general, we finance the SME entrepreneur. So no one is financing them for housing solution. So we aim to do that as well. So in our case, like we, as I mentioned, we hope to provide, say, semi-paka, then extension of their houses in their own land, and also flat purchases as well. So in general, we have a very big program. As of now, this is still at the very initial stage. Like we are creating market, we are trying to make people understand that what are these products. But in general, we hope to see it is growing, both in like supply side as well, and also the financing side as well. We are happy to collaborate with like builders as well. So on the funding side, we are getting ourselves ready. So we are happy to support all the ends, like from supplier to the borrower or the purchaser. And also we can really collaborate with even government agencies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaheen Bhai. In fact, before coming to Mr. Sridhar, in fact, we will be telling about the Indian regulatory regime, what basically helped them to promote the green affordable segment. Let me ask Mr. Arun Choudhury of House Building Finance Corporation, the state-owned specialized housing finance company, that what are the steps or what are the products or initiatives that House Building Finance Corporation has taken in affordable housing or green affordable housing?
Thank you, Vidudha. Bangladesh House Building Finance Corporation, as a government organization, try to fulfill the housing need of the people, especially underserved segment. To make financing affordable, we are introduced several products like as zero equity home loan and farmers home loan. Zero equity home loan specially designed for the people of low and lower middle income group, where the building is constructed, there is no contribution or equity. On the other hand, farmers loan is specially designed to the regular farmer in rural area in lowest possible rate. I feel comfort in Bengali. Currently, আমরা বাংলাদেশ সরকারের সাথে এপিএতে পরিবেশ বান্ধব আবাসন বা সাশ্রয়ী আবাসনের একটা চুক্তি এপিএতে টার্গেট নিয়েছি, সেখানেও একটা বড় টার্গেট দেওয়া হয়েছে। পাশাপাশি আইএসডিবির সাথে আমরা একটা সাকসেসফুলি প্রজেক্ট রান করেছি, ইসলামিক ডেভেলপমেন্ট ব্যাংক, সেখানেও কিন্তু মূল বিষয় ছিল পরিবেশ বান্ধব আবাসন। পাশাপাশি আমরা একটা ইএনএস পলিসি, এনভায়রনমেন্ট অ্যান্ড সোশ্যাল পলিসি জারি করেছি, সেখানে কিছু ইন্ডিকেটর আমরা এস্টাবলিশ করেছি যেটার প্রেক্ষিতে আমরা আমাদের বড়োয়ারদেরকে পরিবেশ বান্ধব আবাসন ঋণ দিতে পারবো। আর রিসেন্টলি এডিবির সাথেও আমাদের একটা কাজ চলছে, লয়ার ইনকাম গ্রুপ, দ্যাট ইজ সার্ভিস ইনকাম গ্রুপ এবং টিচার, বেসিক্যালি প্রাইমারি, মাধ্যমিক এবং কলেজের শিক্ষকদের, বেসরকারি কলেজের শিক্ষকদেরকে কিভাবে পরিবেশ বান্ধব সাশ্রয়ী আবাসন ঋণ দেওয়া যায় সেটা নিয়ে কাজ চলছে। কারণ সরকারি কর্মকর্তা এবং সরকারি শিক্ষকদের জন্য একটা গভর্নমেন্টের ফ্যাসিলিটি আছে 4%, এটাও আমি মনে করি অ্যাফোর্ডেবল। 5% সরকার ভর্তুকি দিচ্ছে। আমরা চিন্তা করছি বেসরকারি যে সেগমেন্টটা আছে সেটাকে নিয়ে কিভাবে রান করা যায়, সেটা নিয়ে কিন্তু আমরা অনেক দূরে গিয়েছি এডিবির সাথে। Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now we have a bit of an idea about the regulatory and financing regime and the interrelationship between them, and happy to know that the Raju private sector financiers in fact know each other, and they are working together and sharing ideas for optimizing the regulatory and financing regime, though it is evolving very fast. So I'll come now to Mr. Sridhar, who has been the Managing Director and Chairman of National Housing Bank, that supervisory authority of the housing finance companies in India. So Mr. Sridhar, can you tell us a bit more about the regulatory and the financial ecosystem which has evolved in India for promoting green affordable housing, and what was the greatest enabler to kickstart this type of initiative?
Thank you. First of all, let me proceed in the way it has evolved. There was no grand plan by which it immediately took off. So first housing itself, and then affordable housing, and green affordable housing is a very recent thing. So the first point I would be very brief in terms of the context of what our speakers here have already mentioned. And you must pardon my ignorance of the Bangladesh market. I didn't do my research before coming here, but in any case, I have some idea. And so I would make some sort of thank you. So I would make some sort of normative statements. The first is that the government should act only as a facilitator and not try to do it itself. This was what India tried, and except certain initiatives at the margin, say for freedom fighters or some special segments and all that, apart from that, government should get out of the way and allow private sector, both lenders and developers, to get going. But it would be difficult for private sector lenders, including the huge institution like BRAC Bank with their typical asset liability position, because there will be a huge asset liability mismatch to provide long-term financing. So I think one of the important initiatives that government did in India in 1988, if I recall, was the setting up of the National Housing Bank as an institution primarily to provide long-term financing for housing, because it's typically 15, 20 years or even more. So that was set up, and along with that, also it was decided to set up and encourage the promotion of private sector, a genre of institutions called housing finance companies, exclusively devoted to financing housing, like we have one or two, I think, in Bangladesh. And initially, in order to make that push, National Housing Bank took a minority stake, equity stake in some of these housing finance companies to give it that push. And then later it withdrew as and when that company went up, grew. So I think something like that, depending upon it may not be necessarily to follow the same model as a housing finance company, but the NBFI concept that is already well established. But I think it is important to have a refinancing agency which provides long-term financing and perhaps possibly at fixed rate finance, because I think it makes a lot of difference to all recognized, all regulated entities, whether they are NBFIs, banks, or cooperative bank, any other sector, as long as they are regulated, to be their housing loans can be refinanced by the NHB. I think this is an important development that we took. It happened in us. The other thing, of course, where the government as a facilitator also enacted certain fiscal policy concessions, income tax benefits for housing in general, and a little bit later for affordable housing, some icing on the cake type of thing. So that all that has happened. The other important thing, I think, government enacted certain foreclosure law called in India it's called SARFAESI in 2002. So that enabled, without going through the court process, it enabled foreclosure, which is not the intention, obviously, but I think that gives teeth to the housing finance companies. And later, it set up a real estate regulator. And I think that's very important, because the real estate regulator, all said and done with due respect to our eminent developer here, some of the developers, took a lot of liberties, and there were a lot of issues. And houses were not delivered on time. Main problem was diversion of funds from one project to another project without any proper monitoring. And that has now become a statutory responsibility, that more than they have to put everything in an escrow account, 70% and all that. So these are some of the developments that took place which created that ecosystem that you were mentioning, that enabled finance to be extended. Because otherwise, it could be like putting the cart before the horse, because you give a lot of financing, you go very fast, but if you don't have the proper ecosystem, then it can lead to certain undesirable consequences. So that is one other important thing. As far as affordable housing is concerned, I think we have a concept in India called EWS and LIG, which is economically weaker sections, which in Bangladesh Taka, it would be roughly income level of 375,000 per annum household income, which is the EWS category, and 750,000 Bangladesh Taka as for LIG. So this were broadly the classification of affordable housing, although that affordable housing definition got defined over a period of time. And one very important fillip to affordable housing which happened in India through the regulator, the banking regulator, which the Bangladesh Bank, which I understand is not available in Bangladesh, is the classification of affordable housing loans in the priority sector category. This is something which provided a lot of impetus to affordable housing loans, because what these NBFIs, what we call as HFCs, did was that they have good originating capability, and they originated these loans and then later sold them to banks, because banks with their large balance sheets and huge staff were not necessarily able to originate this type of loans. So I think that was an important, to even today is a very important incentive. And it is a market incentive in a sense. There's no government intervention in terms of giving any subsidy and all that. Of course, there was a very big scheme called Housing for All, which, I mean, there has been different schemes, but I think the important comprehensively devised scheme was in 2015, where there was a interest subsidy given for affordable housing loans, which could be discounted and the net present value calculated and given upfront. So it really amounted to like a capital subsidy, but that was a good innovation because most people find it difficult to provide, the poor people find it difficult to provide that equity contribution in a housing loan. So this, to some extent, addressed that. It was a huge success. But the housing shortage in India is still very, very large. The last count was on some 19 million houses, or 98% are in this affordable housing category. I think this scheme has done well. There are about 11 or 12 million houses have been approved for subsidy. They're all under construction. So these are the various regulatory measures that have been taken. And because of NHB's central role as a refinancing agency, it helped provide liquidity. And during the 2008 global financial crisis that we had, it ensured that none of the NBFIs had got into any problem of not able to meet their liabilities by providing special liquidity facility, which has again been done during the COVID. They gave, so the financial stability of the banking system and the NBFI sector. The banking system has, as you know, has a deposit guarantee system already there up to a certain level, but the NBFI sector does not have, and this provided that. The other lesson that we learned was to improve the underwriting skills of the NBFIs, or what we call as HFCs, as far as informal sector, where the earnings are in the informal sector. Initially, most of the housing loans were given to salaried employees, either from the public sector or from the private sector. So you had a pay slip and you knew how to calculate the income. But the real thrust in affordable housing comes from self-employed sector. So how do you calculate, how do you measure, and that technology, if I may say so, has been very well developed in India to do this credit underwriting of informal segment. And if you draw a sort of matrix of x-axis and y-axis, where you have the income as formal and then informal, and on the x-axis you have, on the y-axis you have as the collateral, that is basically the land, whether it is formal tenure or informal tenure. Because in India, I think the same position could be in Bangladesh as well. There's a lot of land which has got informal tenure. So how do you create mortgage on a land which is informal tenure? But the real need of most of the affordable housing, not most, but a significant part, is because the tenures are informal. Of course, a lot of efforts have been done by the various governments, state governments in particular, to give title plants and ensure that the titles are all right, digitization all has happened. But still, there is an issue there. And there is something like, what techniques of assessing and having surrogates for these have also been developed for these informal tenures. And something like housing microfinance type of techniques have been developed. So this credit underwriting of ensuring that these things are done in a very professional manner, which is reflected in the fact that the NPLs in the housing finance sector, in the affordable housing finance sector, are quite low. It's maybe 2 to 3%, not in that. It varies from this thing. So, which is exceptionally low, I would say, although because there is a tendency to default at the lower end of the spectrum, and that has been reasonably well managed. So I think these are some of the regulatory initiatives and supporting initiatives taken by the regulator in order that, and the government, in order that affordable housing is promoted. And as far as green housing is concerned, that came at much later. I think the first initiative was taken in, of course, the ecosystem was being built in terms of certification, because that's very important to have the standards. And that has been done. I think there are 3 certifications, and we have Professor Shingal who will be talking, I think, in another seminar where they were the pioneers. Terry were the pioneers in developing that system and popularizing it. And as far as the funding for green housing is concerned, NHB started financing greenhouse, specifically green residential housing. Green in the sense, and we called it energy efficient housing, where there's an energy efficiency target of about 30%. And we had got a line from KFW to do that. And then later NHB took a line from Proparco, I think, of 100 million. So they did a lot of such, and I think there was a DFID promoted project as well. So a lot of international funding for green was channelized through NHB, through the housing finance companies, and then on to the individual loan. Thank you.
I think let us invite some questions from the audience. You can raise your hands and can you provide?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Tamanna Rabbani. My question is little off this topic, but still I wanted to know, I'm involved with real estate as well. Since we are all talking about, green housing and sustainable living and all that, government is trying to do a lot. As a private entrepreneur, one thing we are all thinking is how to promote Bangladesh to the international level, how to promote Bangladesh's real estate and housing projects to international level. So my question is, since such an esteemed panel is here, do we have any plan regarding attracting international investment to help us private entrepreneurs to make more affordable, sustainable living, which is focused on wellness, as far as something, like luxurious branded living, so we can attract investment from international, international investors like Dubai, Turkey, they're all promoting all this, and this is how they're benefiting. In our country, it's just the opposite. Our money is being drained away. It is taken away to Dubai and Malaysia and Singapore. This is our hard-earned money, but we are not, some of the business people are not comfortable keeping it here because of policy-making issues. So that is a curious question I have. I'm sorry if anybody is not entertained by my question, but that came to my mind. Thank you again.
I think, Mr. A.F.R. Khan has volunteered to answer this question.
I always like to volunteer the ladies' question, especially the beautiful one. Okay, Tamanna is my sister-in-law, actually. We all are in the family. Yeah, Bangladesh is a big family. Now, for your information and for everybody's information, many of us knows also that international investors are very interested to invest, and practically they have already boarded in. The first country I know is Japan. Number of Japanese giant companies, they're working with number of other developers here in the private sector, and I'm sure in the government sector they are also trying to, they're already there through JICA. So yes, their target is the affordable housing. Because it is a social CSR kind of thing also. So they want to invest somewhere where their IRR will be at least meet the minimum requirement, which is like 14% per annum. And it is affordable housing for the people. And from recent visitors I had, yes, Turkish investors has also started coming in, and I'm sure if the diplomatic missions abroad, and we also from Rehab and other institutes go abroad and expose ourselves, there will be more. There are many countries actually who still doesn't know about the scope in Bangladesh now. So we have to expose ourselves. So I think that's from my side. I just want to give you a reply regarding the Real Estate Act, We have a Housing and Real Estate Act 2010, which regulates the real estate developers' activities and the buyers' activities as well, which is pretty effective. After that, many of the black sheep has gone out of the sector, who actually made our name little bit not very good. But this act is very effective now, and I think for the other policymakers, in Sri Lanka there is a real estate authority, just like the Rajuk authority. Real estate authority. They regulate the after handover management of the building. Here we have a big problem. Everybody knows here, but we can't address it. That after the project is handed over, not all the management can be kept with the developer. Even we keep some. And they don't pay their service charges and their common utility bills and other things in time. And sustainable, which means that this building built today remains as it is after even 5, 10, or 25 years, really doesn't happen. If you go for affordable housing, that's one of the conditions, that it has to be sustainable. It must not become a slum kind of thing. So I will request Mr. Ashraf again that if you recommend for a real estate regulatory authority, but through whom the other residents can control the management of the building to keep it more sustainable. As for since I will not get another chance maybe, as for the eco-housing or the green buildings, House Building Research Institute and we are using, in collaboration with them and our independent R&D, we are 100% using the concrete block, 100%. 72 of our projects has been completed since last few years, and it is acting absolutely good insulation, good soundproof, thermal conductivity, and everything is excellent. And on top of that, the cost has come down. The earthquake analysis has become much more economical. But here I won't name, there are bigger developers here in the private sector who are still using the clay bricks. So I would request everybody, particularly in the real private sector developers, that please come forward, let the nature be in its own place, and use the concrete blocks. May not be of BTI, anybody, but the concrete blocks for your partition walls. Thank you.
Mr. Millat want to supplement? 2 to 3 minutes so that we can also 2 minutes, please. And we're also hearing from you about the real estate authority that we talked about.
Thank you, Tamanna, for raising the very good question. We need to talk about sustainability, and we cannot confine to only affordability. So if the affordable house is there, but the green affordable housing should be the agenda that we are discussing. And from that perspective, I feel that 600 square feet should not be confined for affordable green housing when a bank or financial institutions go for financing. Because in reality, the discussion will be very much on here, but nothing will happen. So what will happen? The flexibility should be from the government side as well as the Bangladesh Bank side. Because Bangladesh Bank is now seriously thinking of increasing the 750 square feet to 900 square feet for the lower income earners, and from 900 above to 1200 square feet for the middle income earners. And the limit is 30 lakhs, now is required to uplift to 40 lakh for the lower income earners and 50 lakh for the middle income earners. And the tenor is 10 years, now need to be extended to 15 years for the repayment comfortable zone. The point is that when there is two sides, the builders and the ready-made flat owners. So when you talk about the builders will not come up to go for 600 square feet. So it should be, I talked to DBH, IDLC, and many organizations who are here. They should not be, we can't make them frustrated. They should have something positive. And it is that the 1200 square feet is fine for the middle income earners and up to 900 for the lower income earners. At the tenor, 15 years is fine. Bangladesh Bank is seriously thinking on that. So we need to popularize these things, because also we got to think that banks will finance, but the banks and financial institutions need to be sustainable if they would like to make the project sustainable. And the foreign investors, they will come when they will see the builders will come up. So builders will be rather interested to go for affordable green housing, not only the affordable housing. It should be the green, should be very much attached there. So I think this is possible if the flexibility comes from the Bangladesh Bank to play the very role of the banks and financial institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Millat. Mr. Ashraful Islam, you want to address some of the issues? So within 2-3 minutes, because we want to take another question.
Okay. There are many questions raised by Mr. F.R. Khan. One of the main questions he has raised the surrounding Dhaka, like as except the court Dhaka, the base fare is lower. Why the private entrepreneur go there for the build up the apartment building. For your kind information, for the affordable housing, the base fare is not applicable. Road fare is applicable. So road fare is higher than the base fare. So if you go to the Kanchan Bridge area, there is a 100 feet road is there. So 100 feet road, there is for the affordable housing, road fare is 4. So 4 is applicable for you, though the base fare is there lower than the 2 or 2. So for the affordable, is the fare value is higher, so the policy level. And the other hand, if you goes for the block-based development, then the fare will be the more higher for the affordable housing. So the affordable issues already is addressed in the revised detailed area plan, and the fare value is the higher. On the other issue is you have mentioned why the green building, why we are not more incentive. We are thinking about that, but still there is no certification system, as you mentioned. That there is no government certification system. Which building is the green building, or who will give this system? So still government is working. SREDA, so far I know, the SREDA is working to develop a system to certification of this building. Once the system has introduced, so there is a system for adoption of the debt review system. Still, we are considering it. Definitely, we will go for the far incentive for the green housing or green building system. And other issues is that, like as the why we are attacking the foreign investor here for that. First of all, we have to think about we have a constitutional mandate, housing for all. In Dhaka, 64% owners is still living in the rented housing. So we are still fighting to build own housing. So our main goal is giving the focus on the shelter. Each human being should have their own shelter. This is our primary role responsibility. That's why we are focusing on the affordable system. Otherwise, we are not focusing on the foreign investor for the. Definitely, foreign investor is coming here. I think the foreign investor, we are not like as the. I have some observation is there. Like as the already Rajuk did the agreement for the construction of the 14,000 apartment units in the Zilmil area with the Malaysian government. Still, there is no progress. And in the Uttar apartment project, we did the agreement with the Anadunga, the Korean investor is there. After that, Rajuk is cancelled. The local developer is already implemented this project. So I am definitely faith on the local developers at first. Then I am wanted to promote the local developers on this issue. Maybe the banking system can promote, can support the local developer. They can come forward to the. We have a good legacy on the real estate sector by the private entrepreneurs. We are not. We do not want to depend on the foreign developers. I think it's my personal opinion.
You skip the block-based development far. The block-based development far is still low.
No, block-based development.
And you just
there may be the discussion for the block-based development, but block-based development definitely is higher than the individual unit. It may be the discussion, maybe the far development with there. We are focusing on the block-based development. Already we have discussed with the our policy level, like as the DEP Cabinet Committee. The Cabinet Committee is assured, and they have primarily decided that we are giving the more incentive for the block-based development. Thank you.
Actually, just 1 minute. Please.
Let us hear from Mr. Shaheen Iqbal, because you have raised a question that the area is a factor, which will be coming back to you, that 1,200 square feet should be the minimum. So from financial sector's point of view, say a 1,200 or 1,000 square feet home at a suburbia around Dhaka city might cost, say, 40 lakhs to 70 lakhs sort of a thing. Will it remain affordable or bankable for the people of having an income, for the households having an income of 50,000 to 60,000 taka?
Yeah, that's a challenge. Like we have seen that for the affordable segment, we have two segments. One is like 20 to 60,000 income, another 60 to 130,000. In fact, in your question, like lower segment in and around Dhaka city, it is not feasible. Like they cannot really purchase this kind of apartment. And also we have, in our definition, we have relaxed a bit like for outside Dhaka. So there is no restriction. We have gone up to 1,800 square feet. And also like if another things I need to really mention here, like 10 or 15 years with a market-based interest rate, it is not feasible to cope up with the EMI. So we really need to extend that. We have seen that, like if we lend 50 lakhs taka to a borrower, 15 years EMI at say 7.5% or 8%, there is too much burden on them. So we really need to extend it to 25 years. So we really need to be flexible on this line. And again, to support this, like as our guest expert has mentioned, like we need to have a refinance scheme because banks or NBFI, they do not have access to long-term fund. So a fixed rate refinance scheme could really support this segment as well.
Yes. Refinance certainly will be there. And for your certification, that in Bangladesh already certification process is very much on by USGBC leads, GRIHA, BRIAM, CASB, AGE. And also for SHEDA is now getting prepared for certifying the whole green building or green industry. It will take probably 6 months more to be there.
Thank you. I think that's a good development. So let us take one questions. Okay, you are first. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Ashraful Islam one bit of questions. We all know there is a 5 basic needs, but we all are talking about the FAR, only our residence or our shelter purpose. But in DAP, there is ignored the education system, the transportation systems, the food systems, the ecosystems. There are lot of things. One is the main thing is the schools. In DAP, there is no indication of schools. As we all know, University Grant Commission have some rules for the universities, like at least these areas should be in a campus or in a university, but there is no guidelines in the DAP for the schools. There are too much schools in the residential areas like Gulshan or Dhanmondi. And the revised DAP was recently implemented for the density. But this density, we are all talking about the affordable housing in the periphery of the Dhaka or other. We are also talking about the incentive. But the residence is the all. But how about the residence educations, students' educations in these areas? There is no plan. All we are in city, this is a central-based city, as because of the education, medical, transportation, everything. One of us already told expenditure and income is the main thing. If expenditure is less, we can afford a housing. But in DAP, school, traffic systems, there is a TOD, MRT and BRT plan, a block housing plan, but there is lot of things are ignored in the DAP. And another question to Mr. Murshid Millat. For the affordable housing, the renewable energy or alternate energy policy is ignored. What about the NRBs? In our country, most of the low-income peoples are taking microfinancing loans from the microfinancing agencies, which is 24 to 26 or 28% interest rate. But how about the NRBs? And I also agreed with Mr. Sridhar, these low-income groups' loans, affordable housing financing should be in the priority segment. So kindly please address.
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Arfur Rahman Shajal, CEO of Assure Group.
Okay. Thank you. Let us take the last questions, and then I think within 1 minute or 2 minutes, the panelists will be answering it. Let us take the last question. It is a gate block last question.
Okay, hello. This is Rezul Haq Lemon, Director Sales, Rupan City. The Rupan City is already promoting the green, but not yet the affordability. But my question is in a greater aspect, it could be a food for thought. That's housing for when we are talking of the housing for all. But from the developer perspective, as F.R. Khan sir said, the FAR is really a factor for to do the business. Either it consider the green or consider affordability. But what my perspective is, if we think for the housing for all, if we consider Bangladesh, the highest contributing industry is RMG. So the government always incentivize RMG for various purposes. Then why not government incentivize RMG industry and compel them to ensure housing, affordable housing for their own worker? So by that way, the most of the people can get their affordable housing, but as a developer, as a business perspective, we should get the FAR benefits. Because if we cannot ensure the business, how we could ensure the affordable housing for all? The way we are thinking that the housing for all, it's sometimes it sounds like that we have to give it free. But how could a business house give it free? They have to ensure the business. But there might be some other way out to find out the way how we can ensure the affordable housing for all, and we can focus on the industry-based. We can focus on the RMG sector because they are the vital contributor. So this is my perspective. So if anyone can address this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think thanks for your comments. These are our valid observations and comments that you have made about RMG sector and others. That is, I think that is noted and would be important. It will act as important inputs in our further dialogue with different regulatory and government agencies. So about Mr. Shajal's question, who will go first? You? 1 minute?
Yes, 1 minute. Certainly. I will ask the questions that it is renewable energy is ignored. Once the green building is there, green affordable housing is there, so all these features, sustainable measures and features are built in there. So otherwise it not be a green building or it not be certified as a green one. So that is the answer to that question. That nothing is ignored in the green building or green housing. That is number one. The other point is that once we talk about the other scope to this last question, that could be the green guarantee scheme. That green guarantee scheme, it is under the best project of World Bank. It is now, we will activate very soon. But this green guarantee scheme for the only green, dedicatedly, for the green buildings, green industry, green projects. So this can come out to go for, that can help out with respect to the pricing, the cost and affordability. Thank you so much. 1 minute is over.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for the questions, nice questions. I think this is my question also. Why, when you talk about the debt, we are focusing on the FAR. FAR is a single instrument in the DEP. There are a lot of issues has covered in the DEP. The DEP has 2 volumes. 2 volume has a near about the 500 pages. Maybe the FAR issues has covered 10 to 20 pages. But we are only talking about the 20 pages. The rest of the pages, I think the most of the participants is not go through all the pages. This is for the first time in Bangladesh. DEP has addressed the school zoning system. This is for the first time in Bangladesh, I can say. We have identified 627 schools throughout the Dhaka metropolitan region. And each ward, according to the population density, how many schools is required, we have given the guidelines. We have given the guidelines for the school size, minimum standard of the school size. High school, primary school, and the university school size is there. Transportation issues already is covered. All the issues, like the not transportation issues on the surface road is not covered. We have also covered the pedestrian system. We have covered the water-based system. 574 kilometer waterway system is proposed at the first priority basis. Already we have discussed with the BIWTA Water Development Board. Few days back, we have already conducted a consultation meeting with all the government stakeholders. Already we have invited the primary education ministry and the higher secondary school department to implement the school system of each of them. And already Rajuk has taken the voluntary. Rajuk will develop the 2 schools. One is Dilmil Residential, another is the Uttara. Already, like as the Rajuk Uttara Model School, this school is developed by the Rajuk. Then it hand over for the further management to the other authority. But the school, the building and everything is developed by the Rajuk itself. So that's why we are working. My requesting all of you, please go through all the report. Then you comments and get the feedback. Thank you all.
Thank you, all the distinguished panelists. So this is the end of the session 1. So now we have to stand up for a photo that you are talking about. Okay, that's good stuff. Thank you all.
Photograph, please.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আই থিঙ্ক বেটার টেবিলের সামনে দাঁড়ান হ্যাঁ
আমরা দাঁড়াবো না
আপনি গেলে
আপনি পাশে দাঁড়াবেন আমি ওই পাশে দাঁড়াবো Thank you, everyone.
Thank you again. Now we will start our second panel discussion, Financing and Policy Advocacy for Green Affordable Housing. May I call upon our panel members on stage, please. Mr. Nasimul Baten, Managing Director and CEO, DBH Finance PLC. Is he here?
Excuse me.
Mr. Said Javed Noor, Deputy Managing Director, IDLC Finance Limited. Mr. Vishal Goyal, General Manager, National Housing Bank, India. Mr. Mohammad Nazrul Islam, Assistant General Manager, House Building Finance Company. Mr. Sean Kidney, CEO, Climate Bonds Initiative. Oh, okay, he's virtual, okay. Mr. M. Arifur Rahman Shajal,
CEO, Assure Group.
And this session will be moderated by Mr. Monu Ratra, Executive Director and CEO, IIFL Home Finance Limited, India. Mr. Monu Ratna is an architect with postgraduate in management. He has over 24 years of experience in leading business growth across leading banks like NBFCs, such as HDFC Limited, ICICI Bank, India Bulls Housing Finance. He aims to build IIFL Home Finance into a fintech, green, affordable housing finance company that believes in impact creation financially and socially. He is the pioneer of Kutum, IIFL SFL's flagship green building platform. So give a big applause to all the panelists and moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think the first session was quite exhaustive and covering a lot of points which might be overlapping with our session as well. Firstly, I would like to thank all the panelists to be here and like to give a brief introduction for each of them. We also have one of the participants virtually also there. Firstly is Mr. Sean Kidney. He's the CEO for Climate Bond Initiative. Climate Bond Initiative was formed after the Paris Agreement was signed way back in 2014-15. So it's an international NGO, but they are the ones who actually are certifying the green bonds worldwide. And they are defining the bond definition, the certification schemes as well. And he has been very instrumental in developing the China market and Brazil, Mexico, ASEAN, and Africa. And he's a member of the European Commission Platform on Sustainable Finance and was a member of its predecessors, the 2017 EU High-Level Expert Group on Sustainable Finance and the EU Technical Expert on Sustainable Finance. He's also a member of the Green Finance Committees in China, India, Mexico, and Kazakhstan. Sean is also a professor in practice as SOAS University of London. So he's based out of London. So hopefully I think he's connected, he's online. Anirudh, I think he's connected online. Yeah, okay, thank you. We also have Mr. Mohammad Nazrul Islam. He's the Assistant General Manager for Housing and the Building Finance. He's the Project Management Unit for Bangladesh Housing Building Finance Corporation. Mr. Mohammad Nazrul Islam completed his honors and master's degree from University of Dhaka. Then he pursued another master's degree in development economics from South Asian University in India. He is currently studying on housing economics as PhD researcher in Bangladesh University of Professionals. He is regularly publishing research articles in housing economics in reported journal and daily newspapers. In BHBFC, he's working with and coordinating activities in foreign funded projects along with involvement in policy documentations, reports, study, research, and development activities. Welcome, Mr. Mohammad Islam. Thank you so much. Then we have Mr. Nasimul Batan. He's the MD and CEO of DBH Finance PLC. Nasim has been working at DBH for the last 25 years. That was the correction he made yesterday to me. He has more than 2 decades of experience in the housing finance and real estate industry. Nasim completed his BBA and MBA from Institute of Business Administration from University of Dhaka. He attended various local and overseas trainings in England, Ireland, Singapore, Thailand, India, and Bangladesh. He's a member of Old Forgian Association, IBA Alumni Association Cadet College Club Limited. Welcome, Mr. Nasimul Batan. Thank you so much, sir. Then we have Mohammad Arifur Rahman Shahzal, the CEO of the Assure Group, a seasoned business and real estate professional, a team builder with a set of flair for transforming business strategies as well as outperforming sales goals. Having more than 8 years of experience in real estate industry, more than 10 years of banking experience with Stanchart and Midland Bank Limited, along with 3 years experiences in IT industry as business analyst, makes my journey flourished and colorful. Eagerness to learn drives him always to achieve the diversity of goals. Focusing on good governance with best practice and norm is the key to build a smart and hardworking team. Welcome, Mr. Shahzal. Then we also have Mr. Syed Javed Noor, the Deputy Managing Director of IDLC Finance Limited. Mr. Syed has over 20 years' experience in the banking sector. He's an experienced professional in the financial services industry and is skilled in business planning, risk management, corporate finance, financial analysis, and leading change initiatives. Syed Javed Noor has an MBA from Institute of Business Administration, University of Dhaka, and Master of Pharmacy from University of Dhaka. Welcome, Mr. Noor. Thank you so much, sir. And finally, we also have Mr. Vishal Goyal. He's the General Manager for National Housing Bank in India. Shri Vishal Goyal is a graduate from Delhi College of Engineering, Delhi University, and holds a master's degree in business administration from the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi. He has 30 years of working experience with National Housing Bank in various functions such as credit department, market research, consultancy and policy department, business planning and promotion department, corporate communication and training development. He has also headed the Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Union for Housing Finance on behalf of the NHB. Thank you, Mr. Goyal, as well. So now I'll just go back to my place and we can start with.
Hello. Yeah, so Sean, am I audible?
I can hear you well, Monu.
Thank you. So Sean is at the moment connected from London and he's on his way to Paris, I believe. He's at the station. So he's been kind enough to connect with us from the London station. So thank you, Sean, for being there. So I'll ask him first because he might have a train to catch in a few moments. So as I mentioned to you, I think our discussion, as the preceding panelists have covered some other facets pretty elaborately, I think we'll keep it much more related to finance and what's happening in the world and how the financial institutions need to work. As I was very pleased to hear that BRAC Bank came up with the affordable housing bonds as well from Bangladesh. So Sean, I would just like you to give an overview on the global market in terms of how this green bond market currently is like, and what could be the initial steps for Bangladesh to take to ensure that they are in line with it, because that's a huge amount of money lying out there in the global market, looking to invest in countries like Bangladesh, India, and the emerging economies. So what could be the best way to do that? So off to you, Sean.
Sure, thanks, Manu. I hope the background noise isn't too much from the station.
It's all good.
Minus 2 degrees, everyone. Very different to Dhaka, where I am. Look, the global green and social bonds market is now standing at about $3 trillion US outstanding. It's grown very rapidly over the last few years and continues to grow rapidly. In East Asia, for example, excluding Japan, some 33% of corporate bonds issued this year were green or social or relatedly thematic, versus 25% last year. So the percentage just keeps growing. It's driven by a couple of things. First, by substantial concern amongst investors in places like Europe and Japan and the US around climate change. And one of the things is, what are the solutions? And how do they invest for opportunity within that climate change framework? And one of the key areas, of course, that we all know when you try to address climate change is around the built environment. According to the International Energy Agency, some 38% of the emissions reductions we need to achieve globally in the next 30 years come from the built environment. And of course, 2/3 of hard assets on the planet are actually property assets. You put those two things together, and this is an obvious area of interest for investors, and that's showing up in the green bonds market. Some $350 billion are green property bonds, but on top of that, there's about $200 billion of social bonds for social housing, affordable housing. Now, of course, those two markets need to be the same. The affordable housing stuff is essentially largely energy efficient anyway. We just need to fully ensure it is. But my main point is the demand is there. In these bonds globally, oversubscription rates are something like 2 to 5 times as high as vanilla bonds. And there's certainly in hard currencies, I can't speak about Bangladesh at this stage, there is price benefit available as a result of doing the green or social format. So that's where we are now. The demand is mainly in EU, US, Japan, and China, as you mentioned. In some places, it's driven by regulation. In China, it's very much the central bank driving this market, building incentives in it. But of course, we're now seeing a movement towards incentives in India, with the Reserve Bank of India has just included green loans into the public sector lending requirements of banks, and that'll then eventually spin off green bonds. Many areas, regulators are driving this change. The question, of course, what can we do in Bangladesh? Of course, in Bangladesh, the central bank has been one of the original and great supporters of green bonds and green investing, both regulatory measures and a green bonds portfolio that was started to build up 10 years ago. But local currency appetite doesn't exist. The flushing out of local demand hasn't been there. It's one of the things that I think we need to do. We need to see some local issuance which can push demand, drive, if you like, appetite locally. But in the meantime, international capital, as one of the speakers in the first panel said, we need to get international capital mobilized. Very simple here. We have some appetite for sovereign level issuance in Bangladesh at the moment in local currency. That exists. We have invested around it. But for affordable housing companies, that's rather a challenge. What we do have, as again one of the previous speakers said, is many green guarantee options and technical assistance. The Asian Development Bank runs a technical assistance program to support green developers coming to market, and it provides some level of guarantees. Companies like Proparco, for French aid, or the New Green Guarantee Corporation in the UK are specifically providing guarantees for green bonds. And TCX Hedging, which is the Dutch government and European Commission funded hedging platform, is now providing hedging for local issuers of green bonds to attract international investors. There are many solutions available dedicated to the green theme. That's the key point out of it. What we need to do to make this work is we need to use the international protocols for what qualifies as green, including in getting an international verification by someone like Bureau Veritas or DNVGL or KPMG India or various other companies that now provide these services. It's an incredible opportunity for issuers to reduce their capital costs and to increase the availability of investor appetite for their issuance in this area if we meet certain standards. So, of course, there are standards involved in addressing this. For example, if an issuer meets the IFC's EDGE criteria, that qualifies for green bonds. There are other options as well. Monu can go into some detail of what we're doing in India, but you get the idea. The appetite is extraordinary. The support for issuance by rich country mechanisms such as guarantees are now well and truly there. The development bank support, notably the incredible support Asian Development Bank is giving this area, is there. You're crazy not to do it if you are able to issue debt.
Thank you, Sean. So I think just wanted to share that today we have in the audience 3 sets of people. One is from the government side, one is from the financial institution, third are the developers. So if you will see, all 3 of them can take advantage of what Sean is referring to. For example, for government, definitely it's a cue to say that what should be their initial steps to come about to create the ecosystem to happen. So that was one thing which he mentioned. And for example, we are a housing finance company, and we have tried to embrace this into our ecosystem so that this opens a new line of liabilities for us, which today might be untapped. All that requires a bit of a technical expertise and deep diving. So I think it has a big impact. And for the developers also, in a lot of countries, the developers themselves are issuing green bonds. It's not only the financial institutions. The developers also are accessing international markets for a long-term money and much more cheaper money. So Sean, I'll come back to you. Hopefully, if you have not caught the train by then, so I'll come back to you on that. Right. So my next question would be to Mr. Mohammed Nazrul Islam. So, sir, as I understand, your entity has a bit of a advocacy, plus also you're into real estate development yourself. So what would you say is currently, I'm sure we have heard the government perspective, which was more around DAP, but I would say from a financial sector point of view, what do you think is the current situation at the moment, and what do you think are the bottlenecks for this to go to the next level? Yep.
Thank you. Is audible? Thank you, I think, Mr. Ratra, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to say excuse that actually this is the huge matters. I am not sure that how much I can satisfy about your question. Okay, let's start. The housing affordability, but before that affordability, housing itself is a matter of the huge related to the expenditure. So far I know, because I'm working in housing economics, that is the housing is the, in case of Bangladesh, the largest expenditure at household level. So this is the mostly now very importantly, it should be focused by the government side, by the private sector side, and for the all side. Even government has taken several steps according to their mandate. You know that in Bangladesh constitution, that housing basically as a shelter, it is recognized as a one basic necessities. But there are other issues for government, and that's why we find that still not the initiatives from the government side not sufficient to accommodate the housing condition in Bangladesh. Because there are other priority issues for government, so that is why it depends on the government financial capability. So in that case, financing is important, because direct housing providing to the huge population is not easy things for the government. Though government trying to provide to the homeless people through several projects like Arsenal project and some other projects already mentioned here. But I think that financing is important. So in that case, House Building Finance Corporation is the first and pioneer organization in the sector in providing the financing. Though we have the fund constraints and other constraints, but compared to the huge demand, but we are trying to satisfy the segment, especially the segment is underserved. The segment is not capable to go to other way, where is the housing finance is a little bit expensive, because it's a long-term financing. So we are trying to address to the, according to our mandate, to the low and middle income people. And for your concern, I would like to mention here that there are other financiers here, and so with due respect, I would like to say that the major city people, like the Dhaka and Chattogram areas, the people they are little bit privileged to access to the housing finance due to the many financiers working. So we find it that we should go outside the two major cities, though there are the people who are not fully served. And so we already shifted our portfolio from the center, from the major cities to the outside the major city, like the areas, some divisional and some district level, even some upazila levels, where the housing need is also important. And majority low and middle income people are residing there. And so our portfolio is shifting to there to catch the people, and definitely it is the affordable way, because affordability, what does mean by affordability? This is discussed here, but according to my concept, that affordability is the affordability how the people can capture their expenditure, housing expenditure, keeping other priority expenditure like food expenditure and other expenditure. So in that case, the finances should be lower. so that at lower rate, so that the financing can lighten the burden of the expenditure. So we are trying to finance at the lower rate for here. I would like to mention that our financing almost 7 to 8% outside the Dhaka and otherwise to make the financing affordable. This is our motto. And there are other matters also. I think I am now giving my floor and I will come back.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Nasimul Batan, I think, sir, your institution has been, is an NBFI, but focuses only on housing loan. One of the few institutions which the country has. You have a AUM of 4,500 crores, average ticket size of about 35 lakhs is what I remember. So, sir, what is holding your institution back to couple of questions? Number one, scale up. Number two, going down the value chain so that you can target the affordable. And finally, what would be those 2-3 things you would want to, as recommendations to the policymakers or to the government or in financial market as in general, which you would like to say, which can enable you to enhance your scale up and reaching to the affordable housing?
Yeah, thank you. So you have rightly pointed out that we are exclusively focused in housing finance, and we don't want to be held back. Definitely, we have all the intention to scale up, but we face some problems. That actually, number one, if we consider that for housing loan is a long-term loan, number one. So we need long-term funds. But as a financial institution, as an NBFI, we deal with short-term funds. We get 6 months or 1 year deposits, and we give it loan for 20, 25 years. So that is one problem, that is the getting excess of long-term fund. But as I want to actually clarify that, we really want to expand. We don't want to be in the same level. We want growth in housing because that is our bread and butter. We are only doing this. So what we are doing now, is financing. As you rightly said, our average client, their loan amount is around 35 lakhs. So which is like $40,000 US, and right now it's $35,000 US. And if you consider the annual income, or actually the annual income or the monthly income, if I consider it, will be like $1,000, roughly around $1,000 is that. But we definitely want to go beyond that. But for that, there's other issues also. First of all, the supply side also, actually, there should be some units. And there is a mindset for people that when we buy a home, it's a long-term investment. So people think that actually you will not buy another house in next 20, 25 years or in your lifetime. So they always go for a size which is not really required, may not be required at this point of time, but they think of future and they buy like 1,500 square feet, 1,700 square feet. They ask for 3 bedrooms, though they may not need 3 bedroom right now. So the secondary market is not that developed. Recently, some development is going on in the secondary market. So there is a tendency of thinking people that this is a long-term investment or lifetime investment. And also, for the developer, they also look for the demand, which is the most sellable product for them. Because after all, it's business. Everything is business. So there should be some incentive for this small unit. As Mr. Sridhar has actually pointed out all the points I want to cover because actually he already covered that there should be some incentive. It can be in the tax, in the form of tax. It can be in getting lands from government with a deal that actually certain portion has to be built for the LIG and certain segment for the EWS, and the rest you can sell to actually open market at your desired price. So these are absent here. But Mr. Ashraf said that clearly now it's not only in talk shows, it is on the paper. We'll be glad to see it in the field also. So we like to see that the application of it, because PPP we are actually hearing, but if we look at the Purvachal plot distribution, there are 33,000 plots distributed to individuals mostly. And these individuals getting 3 kata, 5 kata lands, and they are looking for development, and they will ask for the real estate developers to come and join venture. So what we are doing, we are creating middlemen to some extent. We are giving them a plot out of nothing at a very subsidized rate, and they are gaining from that, and out of lottery. I'm not saying that actually they are getting through any unfair means. They are getting out of lottery, but some lucky people are becoming landowners, and they are getting a vast deal of wealth, and then developers but in PPP form, that at least 50% or 40% or some areas could have been allocated for the reputed developers. There could be an open bidding, there could be a qualification criteria who are capable of making such projects, and then there could be equality distribution. Then there should be some individual plots, okay, and then there should be equality at least 40-50%, and then equality for the developers. The land price is the real concern, because if they get the land at a real affordable price, the cost would be equally lower. And it will be affordable for the clients also, because if you want to live in Dhaka city, the big chunk of land for the developers, it's a problem for them to get a big chunk of land in Dhaka city. And most of the people want to live within the Dhaka city. That's why, because you can get the land in maybe Savar, Gazipur, but in Dhaka city it's difficult, but demand is more in Dhaka city. So when government is creating such projects like Jhil Mill, Purvachal, I hope and I'm sure that as I said, that is in the plan already, so it can come into the play. And for other issues for us, is, as I said, what actually holding us back or growing more, we are dealing with one product. So for us to make a branch viable in every small district is another concern, because there should be demand there actually. So we are now we have already covered all the divisional areas. We have 14 branches. We are covering all the divisionals, and we are going. In this year we have opened 3 branches, and next year we will also have plans to open 3-4 branches. So we are actually expanding, not within Dhaka or Chittagong we are only operating. We are expanding, but as I said, actually feasibility is also a concern, because branch independently has to be some viability there. The other issue is pricing. Because we are getting funds at a competitive rate, and our source of fund is either from deposits or from loan from banks or from bonds. The bond market was not developed earlier, but now security is working, and we have also ideal securities. We can share more about bonds because actually they are more expert in bonds. But what we see that actually we have to give an attractive rate for the bonds actually, because this is like for 3 years, 4 years term. They ask better rates from the deposits. And actually, though they have corporate incentive, tax incentive for bonds, but still they actually ask for the nominal rate. Nominal rate should be higher. And for NBFIs and banks, for Bangladesh, there is actually lending rate cap. So you have to borrow, or you have to actually get your fund at a rate which will make your investment feasible. For that, the necessary margin is there. So right now, if I launch a bond at 7.5 or 8, and if I had to lend at 9, 9.5, it won't be practical, because I had some overhead cost as well. And I have to make some provisions, and also the SLR and the requirements. So these are the things. And for last point, I want to ensure that it's already been covered, Mrs. Sridhar, that there is no surfacey type of act here. So if we have that level of assurance that if something goes bad, we have the recourse. So that would actually definitely prompt us to give more loans, because this is a secured loan. Mr. Afar Khan said actually banks are actually fully assured, they don't have to be really concerned. But yeah, in DBH we have already been able to keep it within 1%, less than 1% NPL without any significant write-off. We have given loan of around 14,000 crore, and our write-off is not yet 1 crore, it's 97 lakhs up till date, since inception. But we apply a lot of credit parameters for that to keep our portfolio like that. If we could expand, if we had that assurance that actually if we go to court, or if you don't have to go to court, we can actually get rid of a default customer within 1 year. Let's forget 3 months, that's the standard actuality. Sure. Let's forget that. Even if it is 1 year, we'd get more. But here it is 5 years, 7 years, something like that. So that's actually the blocks we are facing right now.
So, sir, what I could compare with India is it's a very similar situation, because at the moment it seems that the non-banks and the banks are trying to hit the same customer.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So which makes the feasibility of the NBFIs very tough.
Of course.
Because
the cost of fund issue is
cost of fund is an issue, and that guy can have an option to go to a bank and get the money. Right. The same situation in India also. So that's why for us as an affordable housing finance company, so it's obviously a demand is there for EWS and LIG in the lower segment. But that's the place for non-banks to be. So I think non-banks are not supposed to compete with the banks. Then they'll never solve. Otherwise, then non-banks will also never be able to scale up. So it should be complementing thing. But I can understand from you is you are saying is that we don't have the over there to go only for affordable, supply is a constraint, you're saying. There are no suppliers who are making those kind of houses, is what I'm understanding from you.
Yeah, so I can give one example. There was a refinance scheme from Bangladesh Bank back in 2007. At that time, the refinance scheme was like 20 lakhs taka loan at a 9% rate. At that time, market rate was 13%. So it was very attractive for the customers, and Bangladesh Bank refinanced that at bank rate at around 5%. So there was a 4% margin, which is fantastic. The rate is fixed. If the bank rate is not changed, your client rate cannot be changed. So client's affordability is actually not an issue. That actually interest rate risk was not there for the clients. So, and there's other criteria like size of the apartment, and like 1,250 square feet at that time. So there was allocation of total 700 crore in 2 phases, and we disbursed 459 crore out of that. Total 33 banks and NBFI participated. DBH alone disbursed almost 70% of that. But that scheme stopped in 2010. So all the refinance schemes actually are there for SMEs and other sectors, but there is no refinance scheme for housing until now. Thanks to Mr. Millat, he developed actually, the SFD has come up with the refinance scheme recently, which is green and affordable. So it has to be like 700, initially it was talked about 750 for 10 years, and now they are rethinking, as Mr. Millat said that, and but there is another component of that it has to be listed as green project.
Green project.
Yeah.
But
So and in that it's not only for the customers, the developers are also entitled to get 30 crore loan at a very low rate, at 5% to 6%, depending on the tenure. Because we as a financial institution will get at 1% less than the bank rate, and we can charge 2% up to 5 years term loan, and 10 years for 3% for 10 years term loan. So that's the actuality mechanism. So at that rate, actually developers will get at 5%, 30 crore, up to 30 crore for those types. So some tangible incentives should be there, and then actually developers will come, because actually, as I said, after all it's a business, and developer will also always look for opportunities like that. If they get some sort of incentive, there is no reason to hold back.
No, excellent, sir. Excellent insights. I think the very, very key insights. Now I would like to go to Mr. Arifur Rahman Shazal. So I believe there was a very interesting discussion before this session. So whatever we discussed, it seems a lot of questions have got answered in the DAP, or you still feel there is more to be done to sort it out.
Actually, he missed major things. That is, there is everything in paper, but we know the 5 Ws, right? These 5 Ws is totally actually ignored in our DAP sessions. I'm actually asked Mr. Ashraf about the 5 Ws.
Yep, so 5 Ws you asked. So what do you think, as he's saying the supply is not coming, so they don't have customers to finance projects. Now you are saying I'm not able to build because I don't have the
may
right.
I have my slide, please? In the meanwhile, we already know about the green affordable housing. I just want to share our some challenge points which are holding us back as a private sector real estate developers.
You want to go to the next
For
slide?
the affordable housing.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, Dhaka is the fastest growing in the mega cities. We are suffering from the traffic congestions, water loggings, housing shortage, pollutions, waste management, utility services. And these things are especially developed by the developers in their own projects, mostly. That is the cost-effective things for our every projects. For the affordable housings, there is no specific guidelines or the land acquisition for the developers in a DAP. Satellite town may provide the affordable or green affordable housing, which Mr. Ashraf says they allocated or they marked 6 locations, but still there is no PPP projects for the developers. Satellite town would be the one of the main. Another thing is block housing, which is actually the bonus FAR will be calculated from the 10 kata land. And the main question I asked, what about the existing schools, not the proposed? Proposed is everywhere, but how? Who, what, when, where, and why? This 5W is missing in the tab. Everything in paper. These schools, the density, is the main reason of our city. Another thing is our city, the TOD, transit-oriented development. There is a plan of MRT and BRT which is not yet finalized. And there is a policy of 200 meter and 500 diameter, but there is no detailed policy about the planned areas like Mirpur sections, Boshundhara, Aftabnagar, Bonasri, Purvachal, Khilgao. It only offered bonus far for 200 to 500 meters. There is no walkability and cycling plan around our roads. There is no waste management plan in the DAP for the specific areas or specific developer guidelines. So another main thing is a traffic and transportation, which is a very expensive things current days. We have observing the metro rails, but what should be a suspension railway which can be developed under elevated roads. There is no shuttle trains. If we offer the satellite town, but there is no communications through the satellite towns or periphery of the Dhaka. There is no shuttle train. There is no water bus or water taxi around the Dhaka city. There is no commuter train. There is no specific public transports which can address our medium and low income range. Another thing, there is no school bus policies. Every guardian and every students in the Dhaka city went through a private car. There is a lot of cars. There is no office bus policy for a corporate office who have 100 or more than 100 employees. These are the things should be specifically addressed, and these are the things will enable us to make affordable housing.
So, but I think if you see, sir, I understand. I'm saying, don't you think from the developer's side, you also have from your side something as your cost of construction also? Maybe, I'm sure there are things to be done by the government for sure, but I'm saying as a developer also, to bring down the cost of construction, use of new technology, to bring down the cost of construction, time required, because I'm sure it is also economics at play, because I presume that if you build such homes, they will have a faster sales, and you can do larger projects. Don't you think that that can offset these disadvantages?
No, actually, Batan Bhai already told the price of land. This is costly here. This price of land sharing is the main holdback to us.
Okay.
So for the affordable housing, we need actual government support, government subsidy or acquisition of vast area of land, which we can go through under PPP or any sort of arrangements to build any green affordable housing. Yes, we can.
So, but in India also we have seen that, yes, government had some measures in the last 5-7 years, but there was a kind of an informal development, because whenever there's a push of the demand, it does find its own way to get itself satisfied. There was small developers, small plots, you had floors getting created. You don't have that kind of development in Dhaka, because it is, to me, it sounds very ironic that if there is so many people, 64% people they said are staying in rented house in Dhaka, is what the data was. It's a phenomenally high number. So they are not seeking to find their own house, is what it looks like, just because they can't afford. Or they are building their houses in their native places, or they're not buying at all.
No, there is another data. Only 16% is the owner of the flats or houses in Dhaka city. 16%, holding the 100% ratios. And they are not selling. And in India and to Dhaka, there is a difference. This is a overpopulated and center-based economy city. So there is a land cost is used, and not such a big land is available for develop such a affordable city or satellite city or social housing or something.
So as per
road
us,
housing.
what comes first is government policy,
Correct.
bring down the cost of land, then developers come in, then financing starts.
Yes.
Is what we see at the moment. Right, sir. Okay. So we'll go to Mr. Syed Javed Noor, sir, as well, who's the DMD of IDLC Finance. So you one of the largest NBFIs, and similar question. And you did make some attempts of doing some studies, went to India, visited some housing finance companies, you came back, you've implemented something. So what has been your initial reaction about it? And do you think you would like to go more aggressive in this, or you think you would like to pause before everything gets settled?
Thank you. I would say when we first decided to get into the affordable segment, there was nothing. We decided to go on its own, and that is the beauty of IDLC. We have done many things first time in the country. We were the first leasing company. We were the first, let's say, functional asset management company. We were the first to do the securitization bond in the country. So we did many things. So that is in the DNA. So that is why we went to the affordable segment, and thanks to IFC, they did arrange visits to Aadhar, Awas, PNB, all the large names. We came back, we started back in July 2019. As of now, I think the portfolio is around 227 crore. Average ticket size is 1.2 million only, 12 lakhs only. And almost 83% of those loans are outside Dhaka and Chittagong. So I would say what we saw that yes, probably for developers, it is not making sense to build 750 or 600 square feet apartments. And again, why they're not doing so? Because whenever, Batan Bhai said earlier, whenever you're buying a property, you think of 15 years down the line, probably you'll have 2 kids living with you. So you try to buy a 3-bedroom apartments kind of thing. So we got into the self-construction, guys, into the second-tier cities, which has been extremely successful. The COVID has slowed down the pace, but we are back again. But for us, the key issue here is that the maturity mismatch. That is what is the biggest issue. And thanks to Mr. Sridhar, that is the point we want to make. We are good at origination. We are good at taking the, assessing the individual's risk because we are a strong player in the SME segment as well. We're probably one of the top 5 SME players in the town. So we can basically understand the risk and take the risk. The problem is that our average maturity of the liabilities around a year or so, where we are going for, let's say, 15-year loan. So effectively what you see, repricing every year. So that is something which is restrictive for us to scale up. The need is now to have a national housing bank of something like this. So where a regulatory authority can...
So banks don't give term loans for a longer period, sir?
These are expensive. We do source the deposit from the same market. So we lend at a slightly higher price than the banks because we go to the places where the banks are not present. Bank financing doesn't really make sense. We used to depend on the bank financing, I think, 15 years back. Then we decided to stop. Now, almost 90% of our assets are funded by deposits.
So your deposit terms are very short?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any regulatory constraints for you to not to have longer term deposits?
It's not regulatory constraint. If the deposit, let's say we go through the interest rate cycle in every 3 to 5 years. For an individual, when the interest rate cycle is low, he's not putting his fund for the longer tenor. Again, when it is up, his expectation is that it will go up. So we don't see any instrument being issued over 1 year. We have done 5 or 7 series of bonds, zero coupon bonds, securitized bonds, but the average maturity is not more than 2.5 years, effective maturity.
So deposits constitute what percentage of your liability?
Almost 90%.
90%?
Yeah. Wow. Same for DBH as well.
Yeah. So I'm sure there will be a lot of management cost also of that involved because the individual customers.
Absolutely.
So overheads are very heavy.
Yeah, for SME, and the other thing that everybody has spoken about is the refinancing scheme. For SMEs, what we see, consistent flow of refinancing schemes from central bank. While in the housing, what Batan Bhai earlier mentioned, we have seen one, but it was taken off. It was just a one-off. For developers and everyone to be interested in a particular segment, you need policy consistency and consistent supply of that capital. If that is there for some time, let's say 5-7 years, and it continues, what we will see, the individuals are seeking for this 600 square feet apartment or 750 square foot, which will probably make their case viable. Definitely the DAP and other things will play role. The other thing that I just want to make one more point is the transaction cost. SARFAESI and other things have been basically discussed. When we are buying apartments, since the transaction cost is around 10 to 11% of the property here in Bangladesh. So what we try to cover is, let's say 15, 17 years, I want to occupy this, or I want to be there till my death. Why? Because I've already paid this transaction cost, which is sunk. I'll not get that recovered.
The stamp duty is 10 to 11%.
The transaction cost in total. It was 15%, now reduced to 11%. So if you're a dual income family, you want to live close to the city, probably a 600 square feet apartment is good for you. But if you want to sell, you effectively start at the 90% of the value. Yes. So if the transaction cost can be brought down, then what you will see probably more liquidity into the 600, 700, or 800 square feet apartments. You can move as you progress. So this is something which needs to be looked at. We had this interest tax incentive on the interest earlier. I think it was taken back. It was taken back in 2005 or 6.
So there's no first house housing.
There is none.
Income tax benefit at all.
It was there.
It was there.
It was there, but it has been withdrawn. So I would request through you to the policymakers, if these two things, the transaction cost, and the tax incentive for the first-time buyers can be allocated, I think there will be more incentive. And the need of the hour is basically having a refinancing scheme. Otherwise, it's very difficult to continue out of our own balance sheet. Probably 200 or 300 crore is only 2-3% of our total balance sheet, which we can sustain. But if you want to scale it to 1 lakh crore or 2 lakh crore, which is the need of the hour, it's difficult.
So your liability risk is so high because it's 90% in just one type of instruments.
You're right. So it's just because the market is not mature. The market is not mature.
Very, very insightful and very interesting points are coming out from you. So you also mentioned about earlier you had mentioned about, so that means the average age of a borrower here would be mid-40s then, 40s to 50?
Yeah, 40s, I would say. Early 40s.
Yeah, early 40s. In India today, the average age is 32 years for a home buyer.
Right, because I think you have a lot of liquidity.
Yeah, or maybe the population composition is different, but still mid-40s. This used to be in India about 20 years back, was to be mid-40s. Earlier it used to be somewhere there. So now I will like to come to Mr. Vishal Goyal. So you've heard each of them, and I would like you to see if there is any parallel you can draw from the Indian context to see how, because I think same problems existed in India also, still some of them still exist, not that everything is sorted. Anything, how you would like to answer each of those things and with some parallels to the India story?
Thank you, and very good afternoon to everyone. Actually, listening to all the speakers in this session and the earlier session, it took me, back to my journey in the housing finance system for the last 30 years. India has also faced very similar challenges at some stage or the other. What I've heard, whether it was demand side or supply side, you talk about high registration costs, high stamp duty charges, not having a very long-term tenure refinance available for the institutions. So let me just tell you what NHB, when it was formed in 1988, initially what we did was we actually ensured that there are housing finance companies. You know, you need institutions to actually lend for housing finance. So we actually encouraged a lot of these banks to float their own housing finance companies to ensure that there are availability of housing finance. And that actually ensured that over a period of time, the banks which were not lending to the housing for individual housing loans, over a period of time, they recognize that this sector is extremely relevant. Its asset quality is very good, as a result of which the competition between the banks and the housing finance companies started. And today I can say that the housing finance market has around 34% share by the housing finance companies, and the remaining 66% is by the banks, both commercial as well as private, both private and public sector banks. There was concerns about, you know, lending to the lower income segments or the economically weaker sections and the lower income groups, which, and there were concerns about how you're going to assess those risks, how are you going to do the underwriting standards. And for that, NHB as a development financial institution actually acted as an interface between the lending institutions and the policymakers, whether it was the government at the center or the state. As a result of which, you have a very comprehensive housing and habitat policy in India, and also at the state level. And most of these issues with regards to fiscal incentives, with regards to rebates for individuals, those were also taken up with the center government, and both are existing, both for the developers in terms of getting some delayed payments and all that, and also for the individuals. There are rebates on the interest that you take for individual housings. So the entire ecosystem has, in fact, come over a period of time, but it does take time. There was no SAFESI Act in the 90s, which, as Mr. Sridhar mentioned, that was also some issue that we took up with the government, and that you need this so that you get that confidence by the individual lending institutions to actually reach out to the bottom. Then we also ensured that when you're lending to the economically weaker section and the lower income groups, you had a targeted lending. So we had something known as a rural housing fund or the urban housing fund, which today is known as the affordable housing fund, which is given for a fixed tenor that NHB lends refinances 7 to 10 years, which can also go up to 15 years, depending upon the asset liability requirements of a particular company or a bank. And this affordable housing fund is available to all the housing finance companies, only for the economically weaker section and the lower income groups. But since this is a targeted fund, there is an on-lending cap. Because if you want to keep your asset quality in check, particularly for these segments, you have to have some sort of a on-lending cap, but it is enough to cover your requirements of provisioning, your requirements of administration, your requirements of monitoring, because this particular segment requires a different type of monitoring mechanism. And lastly, what I would like to say that NHB during the last 3 to 5 years, particularly during the last 3 years because of COVID impact and all, we have actually ensured that liquidity is available in the housing finance market. And that has actually acted as a very good lever that the housing finance market, in spite of other retail loans showing some sort of stagnancy, but the individual housing finance continued to grow. And very happy to share that, you know, over the last 7 years, the housing finance outstanding of public sector, private sector, and housing finance companies has actually grown within the last 7 years, what it had not grown in the last 15 to 20 years. So I think what is required is some sort of an institution which has a developmental agenda along with a financing agenda, which would actually act as an interface between the policymakers and listen to the voices of the development community as well as the housing finance companies. And I think NHB in India has, to a large extent, succeeded in that, and we continue to work on those particular lines. Thank you.
Perfect. So what we'll do is we'll just take a final round of 2 points from each of us, and before we open the house for questions. So, sir, we'll start with you, Mr. Islam. So just 2 points, what you feel, the top 2 points which you feel you'd like to state are the needle movers.
Thank you for giving me floor again. In very short, I would like to say that is the very important one that I'm not sure that it is discussed here or not. That is the responsible authority for the housing under the Ministry of Housing. That's the National Housing Authority. Here is the National Housing Policy. So far, I go through the policy. There is the very emphasis on the 3 things. That is the subsidy and the preferential taxation. Another one is the low interest financing. I think these 3 things is very relevant to the affordable housing providing. Then the last one, this is actually, it is my observation, that is the affordable housing, this kind of things are discussed, ignoring the one thing, that is the size. Size absorption, that is the size is 600 or sometimes 750 by the Bangladesh Bank, Clean Housing Affordable, the housing size. But the problem is there is a paradox in our country, that is in one side the land is scarce, so we cannot afford too much land for the housing. On the other hand, our people mindset always to avail a higher size of the building, higher size of the flat size. This already our Sir Divis CEO already said that the people are trying to invest for the longer size, for the long-term investment. In that case, we need to change the mindset of to adopt the smaller size of flat for our consumption, because in the country context, it is important from the government side. Government can award the people for their avail the small size of housing, as well as the cultural change is needed from the any subsidy and other tax rebate to familiarize and to popularize the normal smaller size of the house to the our people. So thank you.
There's lack of supply, lack of financing. Is it not mushrooming more slums and more deprivated physical environment for the population, and which could result into sustainability issues, which could result into health issues? Is it what we are observing as well?
Can I just add? We have industrial zones in Gazipur, Chittagong, and the other parts. And interestingly, the workers of those zones live in rented houses, which are basically semi-pakka kind of thing. Okay. We lend to the landowners. And interestingly, the kind of rent that they charge covers the interest expenses way higher. So there are lack of, as you rightly said, there are lack of sustainable housing for these small earning guys. So if we can do something, we tried, but interestingly, these things takes time. You have to work on the policy issues. Now there are 100 economic zones coming up. We have plans to be around that. But again, supply of land, and again, with the lower interest rate kind of thing, and one which can facilitate for a longer term thing is the issue.
Your top 2 points would be what, sir? As you,
refinancing scheme.
Okay.
And let's say reduction of the transaction cost.
These are the needle movers. Mr. Bhatten, what would that be for you, sir?
Okay, just going before that, I want to add one thing, that we are talking about 68% or 64% of the population of Dhaka city living in the rented premise. And there was a study that 82% of that are not satisfied, either because of the size or because of the condition of the building they're living. No lift, you are walking up every day, 5 stories, 6 stories, actually your small kids are walking up, down, actually, then what I say, the community, their living equality, the
But then the rental returns must be also going up because rental should be going up.
the rental.
That they are not.
The rental is
Because
equality.
demand
If you consider the return equality from the real estate asset is less than 3%. Annual yield is less than 3%.
That is very ironic.
Yeah, so it doesn't make, if you buy an apartment for 1 crore, you will not get equality rent. But as Mr. Noor said, if you build a house for 10 lakhs with tin shed, your yield will be higher. So much higher equality. So if you build a unstructured house without lift, without generator, you will get probably better return. With small units, you will get in some areas, not in all areas, in some areas, economically viable areas.
So your top 2 points would be what, sir?
So from, I would say 3 points from 3 perspectives. For the developers to get land at equality so that they can cut down the price of the apartment. For the clients to get that tax benefit and actually refinance scheme, because a lot of subsidies are going on elsewhere, but this should be targeted. As the minister said, EWS and LIG should be clearly defined. There should be tax incentive. There should be incentive in terms of registration cost also, because actually the small units or in the name of the, for women, we can actually give incentives. We have seen a lot of initiative like that. And for financier like us, access to long-term fund, definitely. That's number 1. And number 2 can be actually some SURFACE Act or Protection Act for us like that.
SURFACE, yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, sir, from the developer side, just 2 points. I'm sure you have a long list, but just 2.
It's acquisition of land.
Land
number one.
acquisition.
Acquisition of land and decentralization of our 5 basic needs to the periphery of the city. 5
Make
basic
them
needs.
self-sufficient, decentralized, satellite
Yes,
towns.
that will be viable.
Perfect, sir, perfect. So, Mr. Goyal, what would be the 3 starting steps they should take? Just 3, nothing more.
I think the first would be availability of long-term finance, both for the developers.
But how?
Yeah, it could be through the some sort of a scheme or some sort of an institution. But just setting up new institutions only for this particular purpose may not serve the purpose. It has to have a larger mandate, both in terms of developmental of the sector. And as I mentioned, there's got to be some sort of an interface between the policymakers and the real estate industry.
So somebody like, something like akin to a NHB or something like
Maybe something, depending upon what the local requirements would be. And I think if you have to have some policy interventions and all that, I think you need a very good database. I think those are the requirements, because no policy will change, no government will change unless you do not have a very detailed analysis, data, information, because anything would be need to be backed by certain particular data analysis. So I think with these things, I think even the Indian housing finance market has evolved over a period of time. Here also, I think we were also at this stage at some time. And lastly, I think a very collaborative and a partnership approach is required, in which even the multilateral institutions can also come into the picture.
Perfect, perfect. I think, thank you so much. Maybe we don't have time for the question as I'm being stared from the backstage that you might wind up sooner. But I'm just saying is that I think these sessions are meant to, there are a lot of questions. If we can pick up the critical ones and reduce the noise of these questions, and we can put them together, hopefully it should help for the relevant institutions to take the necessary steps. Thank you so much. I hope it was beneficial and will add value to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll go for a lunch break, and this is for 20 minutes. I know that we all are hungry, but we have only 20 minutes. I would request everyone to have your lunch and come inside the room, so that we can start our program within the time. Yeah, get the plate inside, please.
check, mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Two.
So we will start our third panel discussion now. It's Sustainable Design and Green Construction Techniques, moderated by Mr. Santosh Ramkumar. First, I would ask our panel members to come on stage, please. Architect Ashok Bilal, Principal Architect, Ashok Bilal Architects, India. Dr. Muhammad Khairulden Ghani, CREM, Malaysia. Architect MD Nafizur Rahman, Principal Research Officer, Housing and Building Research Institute, Ministry of Housing and Public Works. Architect Mahmouda Alam, Co-founder and Architect, Platform for Community Action and Architecture.
And this session will be moderated by Mr. Santosh Ramkumar, who is an environmental engineer with a postgraduate in environmental dynamics and climate change from Swansea University, Wales. He was a key member in the development of environmental safeguards, benchmarks, and guidelines for green buildings under the Affordable Housing, Existing Building, and version 2019 ratings variants of GRISA, the National Green Building Rating System of India. Thank you.
Hello. Am I audible? Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So let's begin with panel 3 for today. This is on sustainable design and green construction techniques. So to start with, we have 4 esteemed panelists here with us today to talk on this topic. I would like to give a brief introduction to them, if that's not been given by the people who are announcing it. So we have architect Ashok Bilal, who is committed to an architectural practice based on the principles of environmental sustainability and social responsibility. We have Dr. Muhammad Ghani, who is a part of the leadership team at CREAM Malaysia. So CREAM Malaysia is Construction Research Institute of Malaysia. They're a leading cutting-edge research institute for technology innovations in the construction industry over there. Followed by this, we have architect Mohammad Nafizur Rahman, who is the Principal Research Officer at the Housing and Building Research Institute. So he has published many papers and articles around the subject of sustainability, sustainable construction, and eco-housing in the past few years. He's currently the Principal Research Officer with HPRI, which is an autonomous research organization under the Ministry of Housing and Public Works here in Bangladesh. I'm sure he'll be giving us a bit more information about that in his presentation later. We also have architect Mahmouda Alam, who's the co-founder and architect from Platform for Community Action and Architecture. So she is formed this particular organization with a dream to create a network of communities and professionals engaged in self-initiated community architecture. So welcome everyone to the session today. I would like to hand over to architect Nafizur Rahman to start with his first presentation.
We have slide. I think there's some slideshow.
You could go at the podium, sir. Whatever's comfortable with.
Change the slide. Okay. So actually, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Today, actually, I want to tell a little bit about my organization. Though from the moderator, actually, he before the session, he told me that I don't have that much time, so I have only 5 minutes to show my presentation. So I will go fast. Okay, actually, the Institute of Housing and Building Research Institute is founded by the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in 1975, 13th January. So our aim is to do research, conduct research in housing and sustainable development. So we also do some policy framework, like we prepared the National Building Code, BNBC. We Even the first housing policy in 1993 was developed by HBRI. So we do this sort of activities, and we also do some training and research program in this sector. So these are the objectives. Actually, the objectives wise, if I go, then our main objective is to improve the quality of traditional building construction materials. Today's session actually mostly focused on the sustainable building materials. So actually, we are in line, work in line of this, and we actually also do some innovation work for construction building materials to ensure the safe and sound sustainable building policies. We research innovation, modern technology, building, construction, and techniques. So these are the objectives, and we have some achievements. So recently, actually, we got the National Award for National Environmental Award in 2018 for research and innovation in non-fat brick development in Bangladesh. So this is a remarkable award, national award, and based on our work, actually, government set some target by 2025. So we will ensure the use of non-fat brick in all government buildings. And we have another target that by 2030, so it is not published yet, but we have a target within us that all construction in Bangladesh will be done by non-fat brick. So these are the target we set. So we also, in policy making level, actually we developed the National Building Code in 1993. Later on, it became the part of our national policy as a gazette in 2006, and the latest version is updated by HBRI again in 2020. We also prepared another standard for, this is another document, international document we prepared from our institute. This is the standard guideline for construction rural areas, for disaster-prone areas in rural areas. So this is the national document we prepared, and all NGO that working here in Bangladesh, funded by foreign partners and donors, they actually do work under this guideline. These types of building materials we already developed. We developed hollow blocks, CSCB, and cement sand block, other thermals, and we also construct some building without blocks. So these technologies are proven and tested. So now we have another research program. We are doing research widely for non-fat bricks. So if you see the chart in the left side, that you see that there is almost 7,000 brick clean. This is registered brick clean, but unofficial there are 11,000 brick clean in Bangladesh. So our target is to convert this brick clean into the non-fat technology and efficient technology. So now actually we have a program. We are doing research, and this is a market investment. We are also found that there is a huge investment opportunities in this sector. We found that there is a 10,000 crore taka investment opportunities are there in this sector. And also we are trying to develop building materials from waste materials, like we are using the dredging sand, we are using the ETB sludge and rice as gas. You know that Bangladesh, we grow rice and we have huge amount of rice as gas, which are not mostly remain unutilized. And so we also identified some green building materials and technologies in Bangladesh context. So we found that according to our BNBC and BEAD, I think from the morning session, actually, we discussed about green building rating. So from Bangladesh side, actually, we are developing green building rating, building energy efficiency environment rating, BEAD rating. So in this rating, actually, we identified some materials like hollow blocks and non-fat blocks as a green building materials, then fly ash-based cement, cement with recycled content. In Bangladesh, actually, mostly nowadays, earlier, actually, people used to construct a building with OPC. Now, after our awareness, user awareness, now we are using the PCC, like composite cement. So this is a good improvement. And now actually we are also introducing the low VOC paint, recycled content steel, and low glass. You know, if you see the few years back, actually most of the steel company, they used to give ad in the TV that they're still made out of virgin billets. But now they are not showing this sort of ad, because now they came to know that recycled steel materials is more environment friendly and cost effective and energy efficient. So also we are also pursuing the low glass for our construction. And beside that, we also identified some technologies need to be energy efficient for our green and sustainable construction. The first one is the energy efficient lifts. So lifts also need to be energy efficient. So we are also pursuing the low flow water fixture. Even nowadays, our local companies, local manufacturers also manufacturing this sort of low flow faucets. And we have renewable energy policy, net metering policies in our on board. So we are encouraging the solar rooftop in our buildings. In BNBC and other, even in building permit, rainwater harvesting is mandatory, and also energy efficient home appliances must be used in our building. So this sort of thing also identified the environmental clearance. So if anyone want to get the environmental clearance from Department of Environment, they have to follow this sort of thing. So this is one of the research project we did in 2008. This is a eco-housing project. This is a totally housing design with locally available materials, mostly sustainable building materials and some recycled materials. Even the bottom left corner building is made out of total recycled building. And also we integrate the renewable energy in this housing. So we prepared some policies that that anyone can build house with sustainable energy and other solutions. So waste management is the one of the part. From HBR, actually, we also do some research work for disaster-prone areas. You know that Bangladesh is disaster prone and very vulnerable country due to the flood and cyclone. Every year we face this sort of problem. So we do research for different climatic issues like flood, cyclone, and earthquake. So we prepared some building. Even we also made one building, a 5-story building in our campus, which is made out of ferrocement technology, very cost-effective and sustainable. So now today actually we are discussing about that the floor area. So whether it will be 600 square feet, say 800 square feet. For my perception is the area should be, it actually come from the upfront investment. So if we can come down, bring down the price, construction cost lower, then we can give more area, floor area. Like we can make a 800 square feet floor area in cost of the 600 square feet area. So we can adopt, if we can adopt this sort of technology, we can make it more usable. So another research we are doing with another NGO, like it's called Friendship. So actually our target is to build home in the coastal areas, permanent building. In coastal area, actually we face cyclone every year, and we don't have that much amount of cyclone shelter due to the growing population. So our target is to make permanent building in every community so that they can accommodate more 5 family during the disaster. And last cyclone actually we found very good result of it. And nowadays, after this construction of this building, actually what we found that the local entrepreneur, even local building owner, they came up with some the interest that they want to build their home by themselves, but they are looking for financing. So we are also looking for financing partner for this program. Even we have discussion with some banks so that it can be a good financing program. And we also did some training to the local entrepreneur, like woman entrepreneur. So you see, you can see that in this slide, you can find that some local women, they are actually making their block, construction block by themselves. So it is a technology transfer we are also doing as well. And that's all. And this is the final output of this house. So even this house, very good example of our recent work that within this is a 800 square feet house, two bedroom house, and we prepared this within for 8 lakh taka in coastal areas. You know that in coastal areas the transportation cost and cost is higher, but we use only the HBR technologies, other technologies, so it cut down the whole cost of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very detailed presentation, but at the time.
I think I have done it by 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you were on the dot 5 minutes, so that's great. So the easily replicable design, which is constructed using the right technology and complemented with the local building materials, it can really make the construction of a project affordable. This is something that we have seen. So in your opinion, since HBRI is involved in researching sustainable design strategies and building materials, what in your opinion are few of these design strategies and construction techniques that can be adopted by developers for the housing segment in Bangladesh?
I think first I think I should address why actually HBR is almost 50 years old organization. So even you say that even many of them even not even heard the name of the HBRI. I think today they are aware about the HBRI, but before that I also understand about the HBRI. But why it's so? because there is a awareness problem in countrywide. I found that we have technologies since 1975, so we are working on it. But some developer come up with our technology. Even I can name the company Concord. So hollow blocks block actually we bring in early 90s in the Bangladesh, and then the technology transferred to Concord. So they have developed their building with this Concord and blocks. So this materials technology transfer is very important. So, but most of the cases actually due to lack of awareness, it happened. But if any developer came forward, so if they want to make their building cost effective, it is very important, because you know that earlier that 3 years back, what happened actually, the building materials cost was not that much, even labor cost was cheaper. So that's why most of the developers, they don't want to adopt the new technologies, because they don't, if they bring technologies, they have to pay for the technology investment. But nowadays, the material cost and labor cost become higher. So in any way, they have to actually adopt the technologies, and I think it will change the whole construction sector in next 5 years.
Thank you so much. I would now like to request Dr. Mohammad Ghani to please go up to the podium for his presentation.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Santosh. So, okay, I'm Khairudin from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Actually, I'm from the Construction Research Institute of Malaysia. In short, CRIM. It's a research institute under Ministry of Works. We have 20 years old, is junior from the HPRI, actually. Right, okay, so I got 64 slides actually, but quickly I run through all these slides within 5 minutes, I think. I try, all right. So in Malaysia, we have a lot of initiatives that have taken by CIDB, so looking for the standard design, how the productivity measuring tools, the quality design for affordable housing, and also, but not least, is a construction 4.0, digitalization in housing, all right. So the aspiration of the Malaysia actually is to look into the quality home, the promote emerging technology that we have developed last year, and also to improve the productivity in terms of labor, materials, and so on, and also the design of the affordable housing itself, right? So these, I think, issues of affordable housing is across the world. I think the same issues. I think we don't have to go in detail. This, all right. So poor natural ventilation, inefficient space planning. This based on our case study in Malaysia, in particularly in Kuala Lumpur. All right. Malaysia is still having the same problem with other countries as well. Hot and uncomfortable of the housing, right? Lack of conducive community space. These are some of the real pictures taken in the some part of in Kuala Lumpur, right? No economy of scale due to lack of design standardization. We are working towards that standardization. All right, labor intensive, as what our fellow said just now in terms of labor as well. We are also facing the same issues. The high wastage at the construction site. Another issue, big issues. How does the waste of the construction to be disposed of, right? The insufficient volume and demand of IBS, what extent of IBS, industrialized building system, due to the lack of standardization. But we have slowly tackled this problem quickly, right? The limited of component by growing, now we are adding more factories, manufacturers in Malaysia to overcome this problem, right? The solution, all right? We have discussed about the issues and the problem statement. Now we have what are the solutions of this affordable housing. There are, through our research institute of our organization outfit, we have done a few design concepts to overcome this problem, which I presume we can apply for other countries as well. So there are a few design concepts of the affordable house in Malaysia. We call it Deluxe Home, My IOS. DRI3, we stand for Divergent Dwelling Design, and also the Ihsan Home. The full name is a design focused on the sustainability for tropical climate change. All right. So these are some of the details of the deluxe home designed for low-income group through technology, which I think you don't need to just put down your notes. Yeah, I can share with you all the slides for your reference after this, no problem. All right, so this motivation, how we are going to come up with the delight homes approach to improve the sustainability and also the using the technology, right? All right. So moving on, we have introduced with some of the concept of what are the delight homes is all about. Mix and match concept. All right. Right. There are 5 types of modules. Okay. The design customization. All right. We can see over the different types of design over there. All right. In terms of another design of delight homes. Okay. These some of the architecture drawing for the single terrace house, apartment, and also the townhouse, right? All right. Some of the features are looking for the natural ventilation for the delight homes. All right. The natural daylighting as well. We have taken into the sustainability elements as well. All right. The humanizing qualities in home. As part of our consideration, also we have to look into the social, what the need in terms of the people need for their homes, right? All right. So we have done a simulation in terms of looking into the CFD simulation analysis for natural airflow and whatnot. All right, the result. So the second one is MyIOS, looking for the Malaysian IBS open system. So that means we can provide for the whole concept of housing using the industrialized building system concept, right? This is some of the overview, right? MyIOS or Malaysian IBS open system, all right? Okay. Okay. So this divided into few categories. MyIOS home category. There are types of design numbers, right? You can see here, right, from the apartment, terrace, and also the single house, right? So some of the information on the MyIOS apartment, all right, terrace house, single house, and also looking back for the another types of approach, Ihsan home, all right, the affordable housing new design, all right. This is one of the we have done for our project, all right. The terrace house type of 1 story, first story terrace house, okay, townhouse, all right, apartment as well, all right. So many things of design concept we have been developed, okay. D3, the one have been applied in one project together with the private company in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. So we have successfully applied this kind of approach, all right. These are the objective and benefits of doing this divergent dwelling design. It's a collaborative effort between the contractors, architect firm, and also the research institute. All right. All right. This using the concept of architect. Actually, the architect from Penang looking for the kampung house. Kampung means in Malay, in English we call it a village house. The traditional village house. That concept of a village house. So that they are using more on the natural ventilation, everything, the natural design, you know, all the structures of the village house concept have been adopted in this project. All right, this is a unique plan. We have some types of a layout for apartment, for example. It can be for high-rise story as well. So for the Malaysia have tackled the affordable housing, also using the we are looking for the quality as well. Quality assessment. We have developed the assessment quite matured assessment tools. We call it QLASI, Quality Assessment System for Building Construction Works. This assessment system will be done by the assessor to assessment for the construction, building as well as of housing as well. Right, so this kind of the using the standard, the Malaysian standard, construction industry standard, developed by CIDB, that parent company of the CREAM actually. All right, so this well-established assessment tool for the quality for the building and housing. Right, these are some of the assessment been done. looking into defect pictures, internal wall, and also what are these in terms of unevenness, wall surface, everything, alignment of, all right? So internal fishy floor and also the slab, everything, right? Okay, some other pictures. And also, we are also looking now in the midst of developing of productivity measuring tools. We have a roadmap to tackle for the productivity. So how we can tailor-made with the gross domestic production, right, GDP. So we are looking for the productivity as well, right? This is some of the formula that we have come out with to calculate the productivity rate, all right, in Malaysia. So we have a grade A, B, C, D, and D. So we can make a comparison. Actually, we have done a study looking on the difference between the conventional and also the advanced technology that we are used in terms of productivity of man hours and everything, right? So this is some of the conventional, as you can compare to precast concrete system, automated and robotic, and also the average productivity in Malaysia actually is 6.6. I think which is comparable relatively. So as part of the automatic and robotic, quite advanced, 8.0. But in fact, in robotic system in Malaysia, we are start looking at the manufacturing and the factory now, right? Okay. Last but not least, on the construction 4.0. The construction 4.0 strategy plan, we have developed as well. We have short, medium, and long-term plan for the construction industry. All right, so these are all the summary of the strategic plan, which you can download from our website actually. All right, so we have prioritized the metrics of technology that needed in terms of short and also the long term. Right, these are some of the example the technology that we can adopt for that term. Right. So the way forward of the construction 4.0 in Malaysia, actually we are roping all these institutional to be one ecosystem to drive the construction industry to be more successful in future, right? So we call it the term that we identify is a quadruple helix. It stands for involvement from the government, involvement from the industry, involvement from the academia, and also as well as not left behind the society as well, right? So the recommendation is actually a few things. We need to encourage the technology that we have developed to achieve the productivity at least 6.0, and also to embark the construction 4.0. With that, now I thank you for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghani. We really appreciated the details that you had shared on the productivity measurement that you're doing in these construction technologies. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the precast concrete technologies, where you had shown that it was a happy midpoint in terms of productivity, and how in the regional context of Malaysia this is sort of aiding the development of housing?
Okay, in terms of in Malaysia, we are looking aggressively in terms of precast technology, because Malaysian feel that through the technology we can leapfrog from the conventional one. But now the government, through the government, Malaysia is a government-led. It's not industry-led, but we are working together. So in terms of precast technology, Construction Industry Development Board has taken the bold step to introduce the very action plan for that matters. So we support with the digitalization. So industry have tremendously adopted that, providing some of the robotic and semi-automation program for to cater for the construction industry demand. So actually, yes, as you mentioned, in fact, we have also what we call the program CPA, Construction Product Approval, to cater for the precast technology as well. So anything, the product that to be applied for the industry, we have to assess by using that product approval first. So that we want to ensure that the quality of the product, the precast technology as well, at the par with the international standard, right?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I'll now request architect Mahmuda Alam from the Platform for Community Action and Architecture. Please go on the podium for presentation.
Thank you, Santosh. Hello, everyone. I'm architect Mahmuda Alam. Today, I'll be talking about some stories of low-income group people and how they have created their own groups and what they have been doing to improve their own housing and settlements. So I come from a platform, we call it Platform of Community Action and Architecture, and in Bangla we call it POCA. And we have a particular reason to call ourselves POCA. So POCA in nature, in English it means insects. POCA in nature, they work from behind and they are working to create balance in the nature. And they don't bring themselves out in the loud for the roles they have been doing in the nature. So we want to be like POCA. That's why we call ourselves POCA. So as I have said, POCA is a group of professionals who wants to work with low-income communities. We are connected with ACHR, which is Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, a network active in 19 South Asian countries. Have been working simultaneously within this field of low-income housing development. And the process, we don't want to mention our work as a product, but the process. And the process we really summarize in this way that we map together with the community, and the community saves together, and these two are very important instruments because mapping does not only bring the information, it brings people together, and so does the saving. Saving from the community may not bring a lot of, a very big fund, but it will collect the people, collect people's decision, and collect people's intention together. So when people are doing the mapping, people who probably cannot read or write, they are doing the mapping of their own settlements and they are talking about their problems in the settlement. And in that way, they already figure out how to address those problems and what would be the minimum cost involved in that process. So together, they design their houses, and we are also there. We want to call ourselves the facilitators of this co-design process. And incrementally, we can build these houses. So since people are always building their houses, whether an architect or a planner or a financial scheme is available for them or not. So how do they do it? They do it incrementally, and they do it in a cost-effective way. So if we are also there, we can probably help in their own way a little bit more. So that is what our agenda is. So the images that you can see, this is a housing project happened in from 2015 to 2017 in Jhinada city, and these 2 stories houses were built with 120 lakh Bangladeshi taka, which we know that if individual house owners will try to build it, it will not be built within that fund. It was possible because they did it in a collective way. They procured the material, they hired the labor, all in a collective way. They managed the construction in a collective way. So all those things actually reduced their housing cost. So since there were 5 settlements, they come together in Jhinada city and they did a lot of things. They improved their settlements through housing. They did settlement profiling. So all the 81 low-income communities in Jhinada, they were within the map and the information was with the communities. So the process of housing and mapping brought out many other aspects as well. So for example, the images that we can see here, this is an initiative that the Children Network of Jhinada started. And apart from housing, to improve people's life, there are many other things. So this particular network was working with how to heal the land. So they would pick up maybe a piece of land which has like waste accumulation, and they would clean it up, and then they will have productive gardens. So there are, it started with 2-3 groups, and now there are more than 20 groups of children all over Jhinada town and a little bit outside of the town as well, who are growing, who have a productive garden and who are growing, who are sharing their produces, seeds, etc., through very fun activities like picnics and other kind of gatherings. So once the people started to develop their houses, the city started to think like, if low-income group can develop their own houses, the city people can also develop what kind of city they want to see in future. So for multiple years in Jhinada, different groups were coming together and building their dream for the city. What kind of pavement we want to look in our city, what kind of road safety we want for our children and elderly, everything. So gradually, the city people also invited the decision makers. So in this picture, we can see all the decision makers of local housing authority. The mayor, the DC is here, and the city people is presenting what kind of riverfront they want, what kind of road they want, what kind of public spaces they want. And as a part of this dream building, a small part of the riverside development already happened. It's actually a 4-kilometer long stretch of plan that the city people has designed, but a small piece has been actualized by now because the city corporation was there and they brought the funding from somewhere. So it was like someone is designing, someone is thinking about the finance, and everything just came into one place. And this particular citizens initiative has recognized by, recently has been recognized by two different awards. The first one is UIA 2030 Sustainability Goal Achievement Award, and second one is the Aga Khan Award. And we, of course, wonder that this is a very small intervention, and in terms of architectural excellency or even material innovation, it's not something unique. But then why this is being recognized? And we, maybe this can have many answers, but from us, we think it is being recognized because the whole process talks about people's story. It's about how people came together and built it. There was no top-down project designed for this, or any funding was not available for this. So we understand that right now people's process is being celebrated worldwide, and we also want to anchor on that. So continuing to the Jhinada process, we already started here in Dhaka as well. And in Dhaka, doing something with the low-income housing is multiple times harder because of the complexity of land and finance, and also in Jhinada, people are more homogeneous. In Dhaka, people are coming from all over the country, and the sense of community is different here. Still, we have developed this one particular project in Gaptoli, and in Gaptoli, it is a community who are mostly the cleaners community, employed by city corporation. So they have, for the land, first I should say, like in Dhaka, the low-income communities, almost none of them, they own the land. They are living on someone else's land. So this piece of land also belongs to Water Development Board, but the city corporation came up with something interesting. City corporation leased this land for the people who are employed by city corporation. and gave the people semi-formal, or maybe I should not say semi-formal, but some kind of assurance, like you can invest your money in here and stay here until the further notice. Still, this is a very big thing to do in Dhaka, because in Dhaka the land complexity is something else. So with that assurance, people are actually investing their own money. So all the projects I talked about in terms of housing, this was not a grant. All of those were loans. So people are taking from a seed money and they are giving it back. So people are not depending on someone else's money. So for this one as well, with this kind of land assurance, people were investing their money. And we were working with these people here, and as architects, we can work with houses' health, ventilation, light, air, those kind of systems. So that's what we were doing. In this particular community, all the houses have 3 sides blocked with 3 other houses, and on the alley side also the window they have, they cannot always open those windows because it will just hit someone on the alley. So they really lived in a closed box. So in that particular area, we were working how to invite light and air in the house to ensure or to elevate the health of the interior of the spaces. So that was our one and only goal, to ensure the health through light and air. And then the people, they were deciding a lot more how to increase the efficiency of the kitchen, how to increase the efficiency of the spaces, and how to increase their efficiency of privacy. And this is how now the houses look. I have a few more slides prepared, but I will not go to that today because since the morning I'm here, I was feeling a little bit out of place with my experience of work and so much discussion on housing finance. So I would like to conclude here with this, with a hypothetical, or maybe not hypothetical. We are actually working with this community right now. With the problem posing to all of you, we have these groups who have bought land just outside of Dhaka city. And they have come together. They did not buy the land alone because they cannot afford a big piece of land. So maybe 70 people make a group and bought a piece of land just outside of Dhaka, near Maniganj, Shingar, Gazipur, those places. And they usually follow this thumb rule, like one family, one shotok, like 432 square feet of land. And they want to develop it. So they have their land. Currently they are living on, one of the group is actually living on HBRI's land. So they also have bought land outside. And now they're really looking, we are there for their design solutions, engineering solutions, and right now they're really looking how would they finance that intervention. And this is something, maybe I'm very hopeful here and listening to all 2 panel discussions. So maybe there are some schemes for these people that we are not aware of. And maybe this is also, like the information probably is also not accessible for those people who are not very educated, who are not very familiar with the financial structures, formal structures of housing finance and this kind of issues. So what should we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmooda. I would like to assure you that you're definitely not out of place here. I'm sure we all had a lot to learn from that presentation of yours, especially with the co-creation mapping model where you're really enabling the homeowners to talk about their problems and how to resolve them as a community. So in context of that, could you tell us what are their aspirations in terms of design? Very simply put, what are they expecting out of a household for them? in your experience?
So I guess the aspiration actually shapes up looking at the other examples, and aspiration is always, with the house is always that my house should, since I'm investing in it, it's like any other income groups, that my house should not say that I'm poor, rather I'm actually elevating my economic status through that, so how can I ensure that? And quite a few times, if I'm, because with the group we work, that is also not economically homogeneous. There are people who will be able to pay back. If there is a loan scheme, they will be able to pay back, but then there will also be people who are completely homeless and they need some other kind of grant support. So within this range, one aspiration is I need to elevate my economic, social status through my house, and also other aspirations are that my building materials are somehow resellable. It's not a one-time investment, and if I'm moving, I have to carry my house somewhere in terms of the house as whole or the money transfer from it. So yeah, so within this range as well, the aspiration differs based on their affordability.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to move to architect Ashok Bilal. Sir, could you please elaborate on some commonly used sustainable design strategies and construction technologies, especially in the Indian context in terms of housing and more specifically affordable housing?
Yeah, okay. First of all, I must say all your presentations are a great piece of education for all of us. So great contribution. And we see such a range from the bottom-up approach to a government-led high technology futuristic approach, and in between something which is appropriately located in between. And so all of these have relevance, and we need to see how to string them together into some sort of a policy framework. To answer your question, I should say, Santosh, let me just take 2 minutes to give a little bit of background on the trends that are common to all of us, that we see and are inevitable. First trend is that we are in the throes of climate change. That means our vulnerabilities to extreme events grow enormously. And of course, in Bangladesh, it becomes a huge liability. The second trend, as part of that, is that temperatures are going to rise, and they are already risen. 75% of India has experienced stronger heat waves in the last 2 or 3 years, and they've lasted for longer periods when they came. So that is already happening. And the terrible thing is that the effect of these heat waves, as well as the extreme events of extreme rainfall, are worst affected in the cities. In the cities, you get the urban heat island effect, where a 2-degree general rise in temperature will result in 5 to 6 degree rise in temperature during the heat waves in the city. And that's going to be much worse. In the city, because it is so paved and so much built up, flooding is going to be even worse than maybe on the coastline, So these are things that are coming. Second trend that is happening is that there's a definite shift of populations towards towns and urban centers. Land is becoming scarce, as you say. Even if it is a bottom-up, you need some access to land where it will be safe, where it can be something that you can invest it in long term. This is going to mean, and there's no way out of it, what we call group housing, whether it is done with community initiatives or through housing corporations or through governmental action or through developers. Group housing is going to be a must. We've seen that it has taken many forms. You gave examples of row housing to 3 to 4 story high buildings to multi-story buildings. It has taken many forms. Group housing is going to be a must. It means that the social infrastructure and the environmental infrastructure of safe water, electricity, and so on, even transportation infrastructure, becomes more affordable, more quickly reachable if you have group housing developed, initiated quickly. Let me explain that a little bit. If you build plotted housing, with each person building their own house, you occupy a fair amount of land, and it'll reach its optimal density of, say, 4 stories high, maybe after 15 years. Whereas if you start with a 4-story or 5-story high type of development, you'll achieve its optimal density rather quickly, and that'll enable you then to afford all the social services and transportation that you want, and still be fairly compact in the use of land. So that's a background, I would say. In terms of design strategies, looking at climate change, very, very simple. You said ventilation, of course lighting goes with that. Insulation against rising heat, especially the roof, right? And shading, the third one, which we are forgetting. We had it traditionally. We used to have deep verandas. We used to have the corkery outside our windows. We've forgotten all of that. We are talking about low-E glass and all this sort of stuff. Totally unnecessary. You can reduce the size of glazing. You can have solid shutters that can be open when the breeze is nice. When it is very hot and very bright outside, you can close those shutters. You can have other kinds of windows, but shading outside the window has got to be an essential requirement. You do these 3 things, and you're on the right side of resilience as far as the thermal shock is concerned. This also means that your potential consumption for cooling demand, that potential demand for cooling will come down significantly, by 30 to 40% if you get your passive strategies of design right. These are very important strategies. Otherwise, you get people who build windows, large glass windows facing west without any shading outside. They build very thin walls which have no thermal resistance to the outside temperatures and so on, in the name of economy, all right, or in the name of fashion. But they're actually taking us towards very high consumption of cooling requirements later. Air conditioning is going to come in because temperatures will rise and people's affordability will improve. So passive design strategies are an absolute must. When it comes to construction technology, once again, the context here is climate change as well as affordability. Building materials, as far as possible, like, your, say, low cement, non-fired, soil blocks or concrete blocks, which also have the appropriate thermal properties, would be the right answer. But think of building types where the consumption of steel can be really limited. It means if you go to 4 to 5 stories high, even in strong earthquake conditions, or if you have to resist wind pressures, 4 to 5 stories high, you can build very safe construction with about 25 kilograms of steel per square meter of delivered built area, all right? But if you go taller, and people are talking about FSI, FAR being increased, I tell you, you're running away from sustainable futures. Your operational costs will go up, your inherent costs will go up, your embodied energy will go up, you'll be going against climate change. So, few words, be low on greenhouse gas emissions in building materials. You've got the right direction, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, in the interest of time, I would like to ask you all the last question so you can each weigh in on this particular question, give your inputs on that. So, since we've also included, building materials as a part of this discussion, what do you feel is the role and availability of a particular local building material in supporting the affordable housing development in your respective regions? And maybe you can top it off with an example of a particular material which has helped revolutionize that, if possible.
So as far as I understand, there has been a lot of low maintenance or lower resource needed technology developed by HBRI already here in Bangladesh. Whenever we are discussing about this technology with the neighboring countries of ours, we see that the technology is here, probably not used by the people that much. So it's not in the market. Since my experience is totally with the informal market of building materials, even there, those materials are not there. These are being picked up by few developing, like brick developers or developing companies like that. And if a technology is useful for people, people actually scales up in an informal way. So we see a lot of, this is, I think, also was developed by, or HBRI had the structural calculation of it. So the the ready-made post designs, which is, people use it instead of bamboo because that's long, that has long life. And the scaling up of it is like extraordinary. You can find it anywhere. So those kind of simple technology that has made people's life easier, that is already there in the market, uplifted by the people themselves. So is the ring construction as well for the toilets that we use, and like the reinforced pipes that is used for drainage and in the road construction. Those kind of things are picked up by the people and in the market, but we are still waiting for other very good technologies to go like that in the market.
Thank you. Nafis, would you like to weigh in on this in continuation to the last one?
Told some of thing. Actually, this thing from HBRI, actually we did a lot of research earlier, even till today. Whenever I go outside of the country and I see another similar research organization, I found the similar thing. Even some extent we did it long before. The problem is, I told it earlier, that the awareness among the developers and the big, actually we need to need some good entrepreneur to bring up informal entrepreneur, because informal sector is there, but we need some formal developer or entrepreneur to take these building materials as an industry. Now, you know that mostly nowadays, actually most of the building industry, they are looking for finished materials like steel and steel buildings, and which is actually huge embedded energy. So, but we can, if we consider that our HBRI technology, we can save energy and we can also save the cost. You know, I can mention one technology, ferrocement technology. Even from the ferrocement technology, we can make a roof with 1 inch thick roof. So even it can be a multi-story building. And we have developed this building 30 years back, and in Gulshan area, it's still working, fantastically. But we don't find any single developer to take that technology and build their roof with this. But it will cost down the cost of almost 30% of the roof cost. So they can save almost 40% of total cost of the construction cost of the building. So we have technologies, but yes, we are lacking back till today. But hopefully nowadays, actually some developer and construction company, they are coming up and showing their interest. And beside that, actually, we need, end of the day, behind every initiative, we need financing. We are also facing the problem of financing. So investment is a big problem, big challenge. Even nowadays, we are trying to make popular the alternative block, like hollow blocks, alternative block. But still, we are facing the problem from the financing. Even the scheduled bank, actually, they are not showing that much interest to lend their money for this new upcoming industries. Even because of, I think, either they are not believing the technology, so there is a, I think, dilemma that whether they are not understand, there is a misunderstanding and some this sort of thing. So hopefully, by this sort of program, even from HBRI, we are trying to include more awareness program. Even we are organizing TV shows and other things. And beside that, actually, nowadays we are trying to incorporate some training program for mason training and construction workers. So now we are also trying to do some bottom-up policy to make our building materials, innovative building materials available in market? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have the solutions, and now you're looking for the recognition and the financing to mainstream them really in Bangladesh. And I think from the performance numbers that you've quoted, it's something that will really benefit everybody if they are adopted in a widespread manner. I would like to ask Dr. Ghani the same question, sir. Could you like to weigh your inputs on that?
Okay. From the Malaysia side, actually, in terms of construction material, we have embarked on the product must have embodied carbon. You know, to take into consideration that we have produced some directory, embodied carbon inventory, so that we have hundreds, more than 500 products, construction product available in the market, so that the construction should adopt that green product for their construction. As, otherwise, they cannot allow for to construct anything. So the government quite stringent in terms of applying this green product material, so that in terms of looking for the building as well as the infrastructure. So at my organization outfit as well, we are looking for the alternative research in terms looking on the advanced construction product as well, looking on the pollution absorbing bricks, for example, hydroceramic bricks, safe healing bioconcrete, and translucent wood. These are part and parcel of our collaboration with other research partners in Malaysia to look into this new advanced material that can be further application for the construction industry. So as what our fellow said, that yes, in Malaysia we are working towards the digitalization and as well as the technology. So construction product as well as part of the construction 4.0 advancement in the Malaysia strategic plan. So for the manufacturing, we have targeting for the government industry to adopt a design for manufacturing and assembly. We call it DFMA. So that one, the design and take into consideration the design part in terms of assembly, so that they can rope in the whole process of the what we call the manufacturing part. So towards all the collaboration towards from the planning until to the completion of the components. So another one of the technology that we are looking for is now we call it BIM. All right, building information modeling. All right, so this 3D modeling that government have set up the satellite offices, satellite studios that construction company can come and use that our facilities to do for their own project, their real project, with a very minimal cost. All right. So in terms of sustainable homes, as what rightly mentioned by our fellow Mr. Ashok, we have to look into the passive design. All these criteria have been put forward in our guidelines and publication of the affordable housing, which I think I bring about 2 copies on the publication of affordable housing, looking for the passive design, building orientation, efficient layout, as well as the environmental sustainability and also the prefabrication technology. So I think I would say we can share all the information to the Bangladesh countries, so that we can help them out in terms of how to tackle this affordable housing in this country. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghani. I would now like to want to take the show.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize a couple of things. One is when you talk about low embodied energy of construction, it has to do both with the materials that we use, also the systems designed for the assembly of the building and the type of building that you build, both things together. In terms of materials, I think there's a great future for non-fired block made out of clay, cement stabilized, or whichever way you want to stabilize it. This could now, if it is built to somewhat higher specifications, can be transportable. I've seen this happen in Bangalore, in Karnataka, in our state. Very good quality cement stabilized block which is transportable. Otherwise it tends to break during transport. So that's one thing. And if you use the interlocking system, the hollow interlocking block, combined with constrained masonry as a system for 4 to 5 story high buildings, with a little bit of steel put into those hollows, confined masonry system, actually gives you the optimal mode of construction with very low initial capital investment. The trick here is to develop modes of what we might call quasi-industrialized production, more efficient, quicker production, and better income for those engaged in that production system at very low capital investment. That is how you spread wealth through the process of building. If you wait for high capital investment to happen, it's not going to take you there quickly. So there it is, low steel, earth-based construction, and what about bamboo? Huge amount of work has been done in bamboo across the globe, and I think that's another material that needs to be exploited for all your woodwork, doors and windows, interiors, and so on, finishing enormously. So I think you'll get, you probably get the lowest carbon footprint that you can get for urban housing through these modes.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank all our esteemed panelists for sharing their regional experiences today on this topic of sustainable design and green construction techniques. We especially heard from Malaysia, from India, and from Bangladesh how the design strategies and construction techniques can play an important role in mainstreaming affordable housing, increasing the comfort for the occupants who are living there, reducing the consumption of building materials and thereby reducing costs, and also reduced use of manpower at times. So with this, I would like to conclude session 3. I would like to hand it over to the host to start panel 4.
Thank you, everyone. So we have reached to our last session. This is going to be Building Green Rating System for Housing in Bangladesh. Yeah, I think. Are we ready? So finally, we are ready to call our panel members on stage. Professor Shalin Singhal, Dean, TERI, SAS, India. Professor Jebun Nasrin Ahmed, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. And Mr. Ashwin Thurai Raja, Executive Director, Green RE, Malaysia. He will be joining virtually.
And this session will be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Hassan, Director General, Power Cell, Ministry of Power and Energy and Mineral Resources. During 27 years of professional experience, Muhammad Hassan has served in a number of organizations in different capacities. He is a professional leader and was the Secretary of Institution of Engineers, Bangladesh, Dhaka Center. He is a member of Joint Steering Committee for Bangladesh-India Energy Cooperation in Power Sector. He led the Joint Working Group for Renewable Energy Cooperation between Bangladesh and India. He is a member of the Governing Board from Bangladesh in SAARC Energy Center. He is also a member of the Task Force for Policy and Legal Issue of South Asia Regional Initiative on Energy Issues, member of the D8 Working Group on Renewable Energy. He is also a member of Expert Group on Energy in UN SCAP. Let's welcome Mr. Mohammad Hossain to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, MCs, distinguished panelists, experts, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Probably this is the last session, and we are lagging behind by one session, full one session, and 1 hour. So we'll try to be in time. So I'll not, in fact, elaborate detail, but let me welcome you all to this Session 4, just to remind you, this is the session for building green rating system for housing in Bangladesh. Let me just give some brief to set the tone of this session. You know that housing is one of the fundamental rights of our country, and Bangladesh being the most populous country in the world, and as already acknowledged by our previous panelists, Mr. Ashok and Mahmouda, that land is a scarce resource in Bangladesh. So realizing this fact, in fact, we have to definitely think about how to make this efficient and affordable housing. And in addition to that, now we know that we are passing very energy challenges in the world, and though we have as a right, also electricity is a constitutional right in our country, and under the auspicious leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have provided access to electricity to 100% people, but due to the fact that our domestic energy is depleting rapidly, and under the prevailing global energy crisis, there is no other alternative way other than going for energy efficient use of energy. So with that backdrop, I believe that this session will be very important for us, and let me introduce our panelists. We have 3 panelists who are in person. Professor Shahalin Singhal, Dean, TERI, SAS, India, and Professor Jebun Nasrin Ahmed. She was a professor of BUET,
and virtually Mr. Ashin Thurai Raja. He's the Executive Director of Green RE Malaysia. So as our MCs has not given any introduction of our panelists, this is my duty to give a round of introduction of our panelists. First, Dr. Jebin Nasrin Ahmed, as I said, she is an architect, professor, and Faculty of Architecture and Planning, Bangladesh University of Engineering Technology. She has been teaching at BUET since 1988, and she got her B.Arch degree from BUET and completed her MPhil in 1987 from Sheffield City Polytechnic, UK, and her PhD in 1994 from De Montfort University, Leicester, UK. Her area of specialization for both these degrees was on aspects of building climate interactions, particularly focusing on the thermal and luminous environments, and she has numerous national and international publications in reputed journals and proceedings around the world, and has presented her work in several countries. Dr. Jebin Nasrin is a core member of the Green Architecture Cell at the department. Now, coming to Dr. Shahlin, Dr. Shahlin Singhal. He is a professor and dean at Terry School of Advanced Studies. He is a fellow of the Higher Education Academy, United Kingdom, and had been a visiting Fulbright fellow at the Yale University. Dr. Singhal also works with the Nature Conservancy India as the head of the Indian Collaborative for Applied Sustainability Solutions. And he has over 25 years of research, consultancy, teaching, and academic administration experiences. His PhD from Worcester University, UK, and he had worked as a lecturer in sustainability design at the School of the Built Environment, University of Worcester. Dr. Singhal has successfully led several multidisciplinary research and consultancy assignments focusing on India and other developing countries. He had been the principal investigator of the EU UNEP-funded Swiss Asia Initiative on sustainable consumption and production, and the Indian lead collaborator of the Indian-European multi-level climate governance research networking program. He had pioneered in structuring first of its kind MTech program on urban development management in India, and the first master's course on sustainable consumption and production with emerging economies perspective for civil servants and professionals. Professor Singhal provides intellectual leadership and advances the frontiers of research through partnerships with leading institutions globally. Our last speaker, who is virtually with us, Mr. Ashin Thurai Raja. Engineer Ashin Thurai Raja is a professional engineer and executive director of Green RE, SDN Bharhat. He holds a master's degree in electrical and electronic engineering from Imperial College London and has more than 13 years of experience in engineering spanning building services, oil and gas, and sustainable development. Engineer Ashin Thurai Raja speaks frequently in workshops, seminars on the topics of green development and low carbon design. He has contributed to research papers pertaining to distributed generation and renewable energy solutions for residential applications. So having introduced with this panelist, let me jump on to the questions to our panelists. First to Professor Shahlin Singhal. Could you please tell us, let us know the green certification landscape in India, such as players, market age, size, adoption rates, acceptability? Over to Mr. Shalin.
Thank you, Chair. And there is a very small presentation to give you a glimpse of what the market exists in India. So I'll start with that and then come back to some more elaborate answers to your question. Yes. So if you look at the green certification market in India, and let me come back to your first question on the significance of energy, which was, next slide please. And to look at how the focus on energy itself has actually evolved. This one? Over time. And if you look at this particular table, that how this entire journey started from around 2001, and it was certainly much more in an informal manner before that as well, but it was the Energy Conservation Act in 2001, which was later amended in 2010. And I'm also presenting some of the emphasis that had been there against each of the policy initiative that had been taken by various actors in the Government of India and associated institutions. So that was particularly, the first one was emphasizing more on energy efficiency in the commercial buildings. We then moved on to establishment of the institution called BEE, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, particularly with the focus on specific standards for energy consumption. And then it was on to the emphasis on electronic equipments by the Standard and Labeling Scheme, the introduction in 2006, the introduction of the ECBC, the Energy Conservation and Building Code in 2007, which has, again, I'll come back to that, which was particularly on, at that time, with the focus on whole building approach. And then it was the introduction of the indigenous rating system, GRIHA, the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment, introduced in India, which was to evaluate the performance in terms of environmental issues being addressed across various, let's say, themes and subsections of a building sector. And then it was very recently, almost a decade back, Energy Efficient Housing Refinance Scheme that has focused more on the energy efficiency in the residential sector. 2017, the ECBC code itself has been revised, and it's again undergoing revisions, and now it will be referred as Energy Conservation Sustainability Building Code very soon, in which again there were 3 tiers of emphasis, and it will bring now emphasis also on the sustainability, broader sustainability dimensions within this building code, that is to some degree driving the entire agenda on energy efficiency in the building sector. It is also now introduction of the Energy Conservation Building Code to residential buildings. So there had been emphasis a lot on the residential sector itself. This particular table is something that we did a small study recently published in 2022, which was on impact of sustainable consumption and production initiatives, both in the energy and waste sector. Now, if you look at what are the prevailing green building rating systems in India, of course, the one is very commonly known as LEED, which also exists in Bangladesh. We have seen a couple of buildings moving around yesterday on in this particular area itself. And then it was the, as I mentioned, Indian Green Building Council rating system and the GRIHA, the indigenous rating system. So the two in bold are the indigenous ones, which are aiming to promote and incorporate the indigenous requirement in terms of the building sector. If you also take a note of which are the key stakeholders that are prominent in the entire process of promoting this agenda, it is both top-down and bottom-up. In terms of the top-down, the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat by the Central Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and also the establishment. It ranges from introduction to the missions, introduction of codes, acts, and also establishment of institutions such as the Bureau of Energy Efficiency by the Ministry of Power, and also certain state governments that have actually taken much more proactive stand in terms of acknowledging the significance of green in affordable housing sector. And of course, the entire establishment and the existence of developers, investors, and the financial institutions, many of them are represented here, the consulting think tanks and several others. It is also important to note the potential for market penetration that exists in India in the residential sector, and we also heard from earlier presentation by my friend Mr. Mohan Ratra as well, in terms of the comparison that it draws with the commercial sector as well. So it is clear that a significant proportion of the built environment, particularly the residential sector, is yet to happen, and therefore a lot of potential for any effective change that can be brought now. Just very briefly talking about what these rating systems, particularly starting with the GREHA, that was developed by TERI, and in accordance with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy in 2007, the objective or the vision was to minimize a building's resource consumption, waste generation, and overall ecological impact. So comprehensive approach towards a building rating systems while upholding Indian ethos for future-ready sustainable habitat. This also has been recently launched as the GREHA 2019 manual itself, which is focusing on all the new construction projects which are with a built-up area of more than 2,500 square meters, which are eligible for certification under this scheme. There had been several instances and examples of incentives, and we heard a few examples for that also in terms of in Bangladesh and other countries as well. And some of these examples range from, in terms of incentives, on one-time building tax towards relaxation in stamp duties and property taxes, on home loans, also in terms of relaxation or additional FSI ranging from 3 to 5%, subsidy in terms of cost of setting up environmental protection infrastructure on particularly industrial projects. There had been instances that we have observed that growth in terms of getting the projects certified or getting the projects registered. For example, one data says that there are around 500 projects which have been registered in 2019, and this particular number has been increasing over the years. We also have various variants of the GREHA rating systems, including that on affordable housing. And in that particular variant, all upcoming projects which are being developed now in accordance with the national agenda, for example, through the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, the PMAY scheme, are all eligible for the GREHA affordable housing rating system. Briefly about the IGBC, which has been an interesting model that has been developed by the industry itself. And we heard some examples in terms of how to incorporate or rope in the industrial sector into this entire agenda of green affordable housing. And in this case, CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, formed the Indian Green Building Code in 2001. And the vision was to enable a sustainable built environment for all and facilitate India to be a global leader in the sector of the sustainable built environment. The incentives are ranging from fast-track environmental clearance to additional FAR, and we heard some examples here in Bangladesh as well. In this case, ranging from 5 to 10% of FAR, and financial assistance at concessional rates. At this moment of time, the numbers range from over 8,600 overall across until now, the green building projects with a large footprint of 9.75 billion square feet, and these which are registered with the IGBC. There are, of course, multiple variants of IGBC, green affordable housing in particular, which is focusing on housing projects with carpet area up to 60 square meters per unit in the metro cities in India. and 90 square meters per unit in non-metro cities. And the focus again is on rating new and major renovation of affordable multi-dwelling residential building units. I'll just like to end with what had been the learning in this entire journey in India, and also the potential that exists, both in terms of addressing how, first of all, acknowledging the barriers towards upscaling, and then how do you address these barriers. And second is not only incentivizing the users or the occupiers, but actually incentivizing all the three markets: the occupiers, the developers, and the investors market. And finally, how do you actually strengthen the ecosystem, particularly with the emphasis on capacity building of the ecosystem? And I'll talk about that much more in the following questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for highlighting this achievement in India, particularly, in fact, the journey between India and Bangladesh is a gap of 12 years, particularly. You have started back in 2001 with this Energy Conservation Act, where we have started back in 2012 with the enactment of Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Act. So most of the most of the activities are lagging behind because of this time gap. However, I believe, like India, we have also, in fact, devised this, like your Griha, we have a BEER, Building Energy Efficiency and Environment Rating. Then star leveling we have started. Like TERI, in fact, there is Energy Institute under the University of Dhaka. So I think this beginning is good. Let's see how far we can go. But there is a take from your presentation that the Indian Green Building Council, I believe also here we should have something in place so that the regulation and further scale up can be possible. So you have also addressed the barriers and incentives. That is also equally applicable for us. So with that, let me come to Professor Jivin. Professor Jivin, as you have heard from Professor Singhal, so hearing these experiences and keeping it in mind that green certification play a part in energy security. So though I have briefed something, if you could further elaborate, I know you have a long experience in this field. So where do we stand for green certification in Bangladesh?
Thank you so much. Thank you for... Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this very, very important subject. Unfortunately, I have to say that we are actually quite far back in this particular arena. We've attempted to make our own green building rating system, and in fact, there is a system on board which is known as BEER, which actually stands for, courageous in Bangla. But it actually stands for Building Energy and Environment Rating System. So this system is actually more geared towards commercial and industrial buildings. Housing is not really a focus here. Another system that is very, very much prevalent in Bangladesh, and in fact, Bangladesh is doing very well on the world market, in a world scene in this, is LEED. We have some of the, platinum-rated buildings, but most of them are for the industrial sector or the commercial sector. The residential sector has not yet been addressed here. And this is where we are actually lacking behind, because those buildings, the ones that I'm talking about, particularly commercial buildings, are mostly air-conditioned buildings. So we're talking about these artificial environments. We're not talking about the natural environment, which is more than 99% of our built stock, actually. So we need something which will address that naturally ventilated, passive scale of architecture, which we do not have at the moment. So I'd like to just make a few points about what you wanted to know. Where are we in Bangladesh? So because we do not have a building rating system at the moment, I'm saying that we need one. Of course, all of us know that. And all of you here are many of you are in the building sector, engineers or architects or planners, but many of you are also financiers. And we understand that any building development is, absolutely tied to what financial gains we can get from it. What are the financial benefits? And so we think that, okay, we don't want to look at the green side of it. We don't want to look at the environmental side of it. As long as we get, the functional and the financial payback, we're happy. But we are forgetting that this financial payback is very dependent on what environment we are providing within our buildings. If the environment is not good enough, our productivity is not also good enough. This is only one side of it. But if the environment is not good enough, then our environment is also failing us. Our environment is going down. We've already seen the effects of climate change. And this is only going to accelerate because we are still ignoring it. We think that these things happen to other people. They don't happen to us. But they happen to us, and they're happening all the time in the world today. Today, if we look at India, because many of you are Indians here, if you look at India, most of the storms, the cyclones in India were on the eastern coast of India up till now. But in the last 5 or 10 years, most of them are on the west coast in the Arabian Sea. And the west coast of India is not protected for that. The East Coast is more or less, they understand that the cyclones are coming and they know what to do about it. The West Coast doesn't. So it is important for us to recognize that what we do in our buildings, most of this is actually attributed to what we are doing as humans in this world. We are changing the climate. And who is changing the climate? Our built environment is largely responsible for this footprint that we are now changing irrevocably. It's not going to change back. So we have to be careful. And when I say that all this is linked to financing, who's going to pay for all this damage that we never even thought would happen? So we have to think about how to finance this, a system which will help prevent the difficulties that we are now facing. The difficulties of climate change, but also the difficulties that we're facing in the environments that we are providing, the indoors that we are providing for our occupants. Okay, so this is the first thing. And when we look at the rating systems, I said in Bangladesh we depend a lot on the LEED system. This LEED was not developed in Bangladesh. It was developed in America. And India has a sort of an Indian LEED, I know, that, and Terry has done their own development of their own system also, we've seen. But if we in Bangladesh are still depending on LEED, what are we depending on? The standards that the Americans think are the right things, which is not right for us. Why? Not only because of the environment. I used to talk about this, I've been talking about this for the last 10 years. And I used to focus more on the environment. But now I see we also have to focus on the culture. Today we heard about how the people who are going to be living in these housing buildings, in India, they're 30 plus people. In Bangladesh, they're 40 plus people. Didn't we hear this in in last session? 40 plus people need different things than 30 plus people. So we have to think about the context, not only in terms of the temperature and the humidity, but also in the quality of the people that we are that we are designing for. Who are they? What is their culture? And how is that going to affect the way that they're using these buildings? This also has to come into our reckoning when we are making our building rating system. So this is one. So what do? A few minutes ago, at the last session, we heard a beautiful presentation by one of our young lady architects, Poka. She talked about how they get the community together to participate when they're taking their design decisions. When we are making these building rating systems, they're going to be imposed on the buildings who these people occupy. So the people who occupy them should also have a say in what kind of standards we are actually going to be imposing on them. So what do we need? We need to, when we make our building rating system, just like in the West when they made it, they actually got a sort of a community discussion group. And what do they need? What kind of lights do they go for? What kind of temperatures do they withstand? All this was in the reckoning when they made their building rating system. And we also have to do that. Okay, so that's another one. So we have to have a sort of a stakeholder and participatory approach. We have to get the owners who actually pay the money to build the buildings. We have to get the designers who are going to implement those building decisions. We have to get the authorities who are going to see whether these are implemented properly. They'll monitor these. We have to get the community who are going to actually face the bad effects of our built environment. We have to get them all together to decide, yes, this can be our building rating system. When we're making our building rating system, just like when we're making a building, even when we're making a system, we have to get a sort of a consensus of the community. So this is the number 2. Third is, we have to have, why should they, be interested in this at all? We have to have a general awareness, getting the people on board that this is why we have to do these things. Plus, once we get these things in line, when we have these lists, we have to have sessions trying to make people aware of what are the important things that are going to change in the way we approach design, in the way we approach our built environment. We have to get them all together, because if they do not know and if they do not own these decisions, they'll never cooperate. And so the whole thing will fail. All this money that you financiers are putting into it will go to waste because nobody's participating. Just like if I make a building and say it's very energy efficient, and then I keep all the lights on, and I don't educate the people and tell them that, look, switch off the lights when you go out, what's happening? We're unnecessarily spending money. And exactly the same thing will happen from a community scale, on a community scale, unless you get these people on board and cooperate with you. So that's number 3. Fourth is, who's going to monitor? Once we've had this building rating system, who's going to monitor whether it's happening or not? So we have to build up a group of people who are going to understand the regulations. Are they being implemented properly? They'll know what to implement, what to measure, how to see whether the rules are being followed. And finally, fifthly, we need somebody to regular update these building rating systems. We've made a rating system based on a lot of theory and discussion with our community and some research. But we have to monitor it to see whether it actually works or not. Are there small glitches? Are there big problems? And once we can find out these problems, then we can identify gaps, we can do measurement, and we can do research how to minimize the gaps, how to make them more efficient. So all these points that I've talked about need one common thing. Actually, 2 common things, but one is very, very important, and that is funding. Where is the money coming from? And I think that once you understand that the returns will be horrible, they will be absolutely, you cannot imagine how bad the finances will be if we do not put these in places. So we actually have to do them. So the funders, the people with the money will have to come forward and try to bring these things about so that finally we can come up with an environment, with a planet which will sustain us. Otherwise, we are going downhill and will continue. And this is going to be a very steep fall. It's not going to be an easy landing. So I'd like to thank you once again, and further questions later.
Thank you, Professor Zebun. In fact, you have pinpointed few important issues. So one is that regarding LEED or any foreign adopted certification or model, we have to think of our own environment, our culture, what is suitable for us. So that is very important. And you have also mentioned this funding issue, though you know that regarding this energy auditing, and based on the auditing, to make the industries efficient, government has introduced a fund with very just a minimum interest rate. So that is also one form of incentives. I believe that is the beginning, but if time goes on, we'll find more ways to incentivize this rating system. And one thing we have also mentioned that housing is not included in the bid, though in the National Building Code, I think this housing system are included. So I believe that you are the expert, and I know that you have been involved with this process for decades. So with your help, these are you see, this bid or any other documents are living documents. You will advise, and over time we will update those, we'll improve those, taking the best practices from other countries. Thank you very much. Now coming back to Mr. Ashwin. Mr. Ashwin, are we audible? Do you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you are from Green RE, and we know that this green certification is accepted in Malaysia. So could you please tell us your role in the development of climate resilient and affordable housing in Malaysia?
Sure. Firstly, good afternoon to you, Mr. Moderator, and all the fellow panelists. And a big thank you to the organizers for inviting us here today. I'll just very quickly run through a few slides, which will eventually answer your question. I understand it's a bit late in the day, so I'll go through them very, very quickly. Just to give you a context of the Malaysian scene and how we are working together with developers to drive sustainability here. I need to be able to share my screen, though. I think the host has disabled screen sharing.
I think you have been given screen sharing. Is he in a position to share the screen, Mr. Ashwin? Please allow him to share the screen.
Okay, all right, yeah, perfect. Okay.
I think it is already shared, and we can see some of your, but it.
Okay,
yeah. Okay.
Can you see the slide now? Zoom in a bit. Okay, so just very, very quickly on the Malaysian context. So as part of our commitments to COP26 and COP27, these are the three major commitments we have made. Firstly, to unconditionally reduce economy-wide carbon intensity of 45% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. We have agreed to halt deforestation completely by 2030. By 2025, at least 20% of terrestrial land and inland waters and 10% of our coastal and marine areas are to be conserved. And lastly, we have introduced a voluntary carbon market. and eventually we will introduce a domestic emissions trading scheme in phases. Other loose commitments include implementing nature-based solutions as a basis to reduce our long-term impacts to the environment. Planting of 100 million trees has been put forward. We will maintain at least 50% of forest cover as pledged during the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. But of course, we have stopped short of further more persuasive commitments, largely because we are demanding more assistance in climate change adaptation and finance from developed countries. Our Prime Minister has put forward a net zero target by 2050, but we don't quite have any plan of action yet from the government and how we're going to achieve that. So for the most part, green buildings, green townships, etc., are a voluntary endeavor. The government is driving this indirectly through a low carbon cities framework that was introduced 5 years ago. This is being driven by the Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Water in Malaysia. There are also tax incentives offered by MIDA, which is the Malaysian Investment Developer Authority. So owners and operators of green buildings can claim the differential capex to go green as a tax incentive. Further down, so that's at a federal level, we have a three-tier government system in Malaysia, so federal, state and local authorities. When it comes to property development, land matters, it's very much in the local authorities' hands. So some local authorities, it's a bit splintered, do offer...
Sorry, Mr. Ashin, let me interrupt you. Though we have started late, we are not responsible, but I have been reminded by the organizers that we are running shortage of time. So if you could just concise your presentation within next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. I'll do that. So yes, so we have, it's very much voluntary, and there's a framework that has been put forward whereby we aim to, these are the three major aspects that need to be addressed in the country and indirectly through the rating tools, directly and indirectly. So firstly, we need to reduce the operational embodied carbon impact of the property sector. We need to improve governance and awareness of the sector greenhouse gas emissions. And lastly, to conserve biodiversity and natural carbon sinks. In parallel, there's a lot of external pressure coming in. Our Bursa Malaysia, which is our stock market regulator, has made it or will be making it mandatory for listed companies to disclose their ESG reports, ESG metrics by 2025. So there's pressure at a corporate level, which will filter down to the project level. Our Bank Negara Malaysia, our central bank, is already compelling lenders and insurers to classify their lending based on climate-related considerations. So we're starting to see banks offering incentives, green loans, green financing for developers and end users who go green. So this is aiding in the flow of capital necessary to drive this forward. Now, where do we fit in? So Green Building, we are currently the leading green building certification body in Malaysia. We are owned by REDA, which is the Real Estate and Housing Developers Association. So most of the private developers in Malaysia are members of REDA, and they have created us as an independent entity to drive sustainability in the property sector. So we have, what we have done is we have developed a tropical-centric rating system based on Singapore BCA's Green Mark, and we have localized this to Malaysian requirements. So as was mentioned by Dr. Zubair earlier, in Bangladesh, you're also looking to get a localized tool. And I think this is very important so we can focus on the pertinent areas to address. And in addition, we recognize and align to the World Green Building Council. There are several rating tools. So Malaysia is quite unique. We have several other locally developed rating tools. So the market is quite fragmented. It's voluntary, but there's no shortage of effort. Nonetheless, despite all these various rating tools being there, less than 1% of the building stock in Malaysia is certified currently. So therein lies the biggest issue we need to tackle, awareness and the misconception that going green is expensive. So to address that, we wanted to come up with a pragmatic, effective rating system, something that is science-based, measurable, relevant, and that addresses the key issues. So if you look here at in Malaysia, the energy component is particularly important. Most of our electricity, close to 90% of our electricity is generated by fossil fuels. So by improving energy efficiency, we can both reduce the carbon emissions and also improve the operating cost of a building. So that's a win-win scenario that we feel will drive the adoption better. And of course, we have a portfolio of rating tools covering buildings, townships, infrastructure projects, etc. So this I believe is quite universal across the rating tools available. Now, when we talk about affordable homes, as I said, the going green is not necessarily, the misconception is that it's expensive. And what we're trying to tell developers is, no, that is not true. It is complementary. Being sustainable and going green is complementary. Really, the core focus should be on passive design. So more than half our point scoring is on incorporating more natural ventilation, appropriate shading for the building, getting the orientation right, harnessing daylight, reducing the need for active systems primarily. So when you talk about affordable homes, this is less is more really, and it really does synergize very well. But the key thing is coming up with a science-based approach, which has been overlooked by design professionals. None of the green building requirements are rocket science. A lot of it is well understood by design professionals. However, not much attention has been paid to it because we have not been measuring or qualifying the benefits in a way that green building certification is now bringing to the fore. So these things are what we're pushing for. So that's on the design side. In terms of green building materials, Malaysia is blessed with an abundance of alternative replacements to OPC or Portland cement that can be used to create green concrete. We have a lot of coal production, and fly ash, which is a byproduct from coal production, can be used as an alternative to OPC. So we are working with the various associations, with regulators, and also the cement and concrete producers here in Malaysia to make this more prevalent. It shouldn't cost more to create green concrete, and concrete and steel are what are the biggest drivers to embody carbon in a building project. So passive design, the use of sustainable materials that are cheap and easily available. These are the two things we are driving very aggressively for affordable homes projects. And as was mentioned earlier by Dr. Khairuddin as well from CIDB, right now there are twin issues facing the property sector here, the rising material costs, also labor shortages. So the use of IBS, industrialized building systems, also is being heavily encouraged. In fact, there are tax incentives on offer by the government, but economies of scale are starting to come in. It's starting to make economic sense to use IBS. You optimize the use of materials, you reduce your need for labor. So these are some of the innovations that we're starting to see becoming more economically palatable. So just to very, very quickly get to the question, these are the backdrop and the way in which we are driving sustainability in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashin. In fact, if we could continue this, it would have been much beneficial for us, but as time doesn't allow us, I have to discontinue this. And thank you, Professor Singhal, Professor Jepun, and Mr. Ashin. At least within this limited time, we have been enlightened with your very valuable presentation and discussions. And as a moderator, let me express my thanks to the organizers, particularly ADB, for giving us this opportunity to share the best practices from the regional perspective on sustainable and affordable housing, and also learn from Bangladeshi professionals like Professor Jepun about the domestic opportunities and challenges. The seminar has given us the opportunity to bring together the policymakers, regulators, urban planners, financiers, developers, architects, academia, researchers, and engineers for developing the housing ecosystem, aiming to promote green affordable housing to the underserved households in Bangladesh. With that, let me conclude this panel. Thank you. Over to our anchors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Hossain. And thanks to all our panelists here. So now we have reached to our concluding session. Before moving to concluding session, I would like to request our panelist and moderator to wait for some time to have a photograph, please. So we are about to moving to our concluding session. Before moving to concluding session, I would like to thank our guests, audiences to being with us for the day-long session with patience. Secondly, I would like to thank especially the donors for this program like Urban Climate Change Resilience Transport of the Asian Development Bank, UK Aid, Swiss Bank, and the Rockefeller Foundation. Also, a special thanks to technical partner IIFL Home Loan and the event consultant Gravity Concepts. Now, I would like to request all of you, before moving to the concluding session, can we have a group photo just in front of, just a group photo with all our audiences and guests. Then we move to concluding remarks. Okay. So I would like to request Mr. Monu Ratra to give his concluding remarks, and with this we will move for the last photograph session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are already overshot a lot of times, so I think we have been doing these series of workshops at different occasions, and I think one thing which I see common across all such moments is that there are different actors in this, but every actor is moving in its own direction and its own pace and its own thought process. We had the government officials, very senior government officials here, so they have an objective of social objective. We had the developers coming over. They had the economics factor there and the ease of it. Then we had the financial institutions. They spoke about the policy, liability, ease, cheaper source of funds. Then we had the technocrats. They were discussing materials, design, awareness, socially inclusive. Then we have the rating system, which is to be measurable and standard. I think this is needs to be kind of a movement. Otherwise, there's no way out of this. Unless, I think this is I always say this, that this has to be seen like a business case. This is no charity being done by anyone, to anyone, for anyone. So this has to be a business case in totality to be seen, to be made feasible. Anything good which has happened at scale in the world, in the era we are living in, it has to be profitable. It has to be, only then it is scalable, and you need to remain nimble to adapt to the change. So I think howsoever sessions we have in such nature, unless they will be financially and economically profitable and scalable and nimble, it will not happen. And I think it's an opportunity for somebody amongst us to become the leader in this and go beyond than what we are expected to do. For example, maybe a developer needs to think like a government policy maker or like an architect. And the architect needs to think like a developer, and the government needs to think like a developer or a financial institution. Because whatever since morning we have heard, everybody's side saying their side of the story and why they are not able to do it. And so I think there is a kind of I would say, lack of synergy which we are trying to make. And it won't happen with all the actors being equally capable to understand everybody will get the fair share of their pie when this movement will happen. So there'll be somebody who might be short-lived and somebody might be going ahead. But we hope that this session, we'll try to put together the points along with ADB and then share as a white paper. Hopefully such sessions have at least given a platform for debate and maybe more confusion than what we entered here before. But it's good. Before we have absolute clarity, this confusion is very necessary, I believe. But I hope that in Bangladesh, like in India, we are striving. Basically, we are a housing finance company, but we are trying to go beyond being a housing finance company. We are trying to be a technical partner with the more technical knowledge. Similarly, I think somebody would pick up from here also and take this forward. And once again, thank you so much for, I think, giving us this opportunity to be technical partners for this. And hopefully, it will at least, we go back home and we'll be at least thinking for it for some times. And maybe some spark will become a fire. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratra. So now we can gather together, just have a photograph, please. Thank you.